Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 150, with your hosts, Justin and Claude.
What's up, guys?
We are back, continuing our Season 3 commentary series with episode 320, The Man Behind the Curtain.
Nice.
The infamous cabin-centric episode.
Happy 150.
Yeah, we made it.
Wow. I remember when we were trying to get to 100, and it seemed like it was going to be a long, took 20 years?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right.
I'm bad at math.
Yeah, no, it's as a mathematician, I can confirm that that's correct.
Nice, thank you. It's been approved. The mathematician seal of approval.
Yeah, exactly. It's
so, Podcast 1 was on May 8th, 2006.
Yeah.
So, this is August 2015.
Yeah.
So, what's the math on that? 9 years.
Yeah.
3 months?
Or
2 months?
Yeah.
1 month?
9 years, 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We've been doing this a while, you might say.
Yeah, I mean, is it a career at this point? At what point is it technically a career?
Yeah, I mean, usually career is something you make money with, but
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Wait, we're supposed to be making money from this whole time?
Some do.
Wow.
Yeah, there's people out there, actually a lot. These days, actually most of the podcasts I listen to at least have some kind of sponsorship.
Wow.
Yeah, so they'll take a pause and, the most common thing I hear is like audible.com.
I really hate that Audible, the first book's free.
Try a free audiobook.
Get a new thing, guys.
Yeah.
Come on, Audible. Get a new promo. You hear it on everybody's thing.
Yeah. It's excessive. I looked into it and I guess it's not that hard to, get that sponsorship. Yeah, and then if someone comes from your thing and they put in your code, then you get some money for that, so it's kind of a quick and easy way to get sponsorships. But there's some other ones that I hear pretty commonly. Squarespace, I've heard a ton of times.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, these days, I don't think I've heard an advertising free podcast for a long time. It's really kind of taken over, unfortunately. Yeah. So I think we're one of the last ones because we're from the old crazy days when podcasts were kind of a newish thing.
Well, when you were doing it for the love of the art,
exactly.
The love of the game.
Exactly. Yeah, because I don't think in those days Lost Cast or what, they didn't have sponsors. They just did their podcast.
Yeah.
You know? And you downloaded it for free, and you'd have to sign up for their premium membership and get access to all their shit. It's
yeah,
it's a different.
I feel like it was we were there at the glory days of radio before Kiss FM.
Yeah, before Clear Channel took over everything.
Yeah, we're the pre-Clear Channel podcast.
Yeah, and they're all affiliated with these podcasting services or I don't know what the word is, podcasting channels. I don't know. They're sort of these companies, I guess, that just group together a bunch of different podcasters and.
Oh yeah.
I guess they're in charge of promoting them and setting up the.
Yeah, it's like a network. It's a network
stuff. Yeah, network. Thank you. That's the word.
Yeah, it's like a TV network or radio network and getting all of these other programming basically.
Yeah, I mean in a way I guess the LPN is like that, but it doesn't it's the old version of that where it's just kind of a putting together of all the podcasts.
It's a list, yeah, versus where they're not cultivating what's on it.
And all the podcasts on that network have to say a thing at the beginning that they're You know, they're a whatever podcast. Yeah. You know, a podcast one or whatever. You know, there's all these feral audio. You know, there's all these things that I hear at the beginning of podcasts now. And I didn't really think about that until I thought about how long we've been on. But yeah, podcasts are just different now. It's and yeah, I feel like we should be doing advertisements just to fit in, but
when have we ever tried to fit in?
It would also be very much against our thing, because like no one does the kind of the crazy let's just talk about shit forever sort of format. I've never heard another podcast try to do that.
Yeah.
Everyone really likes to keep it tighter and shorter, and you know, it's good for the commute or whatever, you know. Whereas we're good for that road trip you wanted to take across the country.
Didn't you want two guys talking about Lost for 20 hours?
Yeah.
As you drive across the country?
This is the right place if that's what you wanted. So yeah, it's weird to think about. And I kind of like being, you know, I guess what else can I do? I mean, I you know, there's no point being mad about it. It's nice to just be old school podcast. No, we're not trying to get anything from you, people, except for you to listen.
Just to listen. That's
all we want. And we'd like to know if you're listening, but we're not going to make you go to a sponsor to tell us you're listening.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, 150, man, that's pretty crazy.
Totally crazy. I hope we can make it to 200. I feel like that would be nice.
Well, there's a way to figure out if we can.
Yeah, I know. There's a simple math.
I know we've already figured it out before, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I think the answer is like no.
Yeah, it was like close, right?
It's going to be close. Yeah, it's going to be like how our finale podcast was like 80 something. It was like 83 or something like that. So what that means is that our commentary started, you know, right after that. And so, you know, that's like an extra, like 17 or so that, you know, that don't get counted. Even though our first podcast was about the middle of season 2. Even with all the commentaries and the extra podcasts we did, we only made it to 83.
Yeah.
So if you add in that extra 17 plus all those, I think it's going to be like 80 something, and we won't be able to make it to 200.
Yeah, well, I think I'm kind of doing the math here. I think we have 49 more to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure is that like hours?
Episodes.
Or is that includes, so that counts the finales as one thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, 14 plus 17 plus season 6 is 17.
14 plus 17 plus 17 is, oh, okay.
And then plus 1 more after our current 150.
Oh. Okay. Well,
so we get to 199, I think.
So actually, I wanted to do one about the missing pieces, Mobisode things.
Oh, that's right.
Because like that's part of the show, for better or worse, and also one about the new man in charge. At the end. And also we should do like a wrap up, big all about Lost thing. So I think that will carry us to 200.
Okay, nice.
Which I guess I was wrong before. I don't know. My counting was bad. Sorry, I failed you.
You failed us in counting.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
We were counting on you.
Yeah. Oh.
For the counting.
Oh, with a devastating pun. I'm not sure I can continue the podcast. I'm so devastated by that pun.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was right bullseye.
It was. Well, vampires would love that one.
They would.
They love puns.
They'd be counting on it.
Oh no.
Same way. Well, cool. Yeah, it's. I'm glad.
Dracula.
I'm glad we'll get to 200. So we have around 50 more to do. Yeah. So for our listeners who are like, when does this train end?
Around then.
I think proper around then. Now, the underlying fear / hope, I think, is we'll as we are wont to do, get some other idea of something to talk about with Lost. But I think as a proper ending to the Lost Lowdown, I think we can safely say that's the last stop on the LLD train.
Yeah. Lost Lowdown Phase 2, Phase 1 was the original run when the show was on. Mm-hmm. Phase 2 is the commentaries, and kind of just a reflection, retrospective on the series as a whole, because these commentaries are not for first-time viewers of Lost.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Oh, no.
It's like we're talking about stuff from way late in the show, in the season 1 things, and because they talked about that stuff later, and so it's really that kind of thing. There are a lot of rewatch podcasts out there that try to make it newbie friendly, and this isn't really that. You have to kind of go back to the original podcast if you want our untainted reactions to things.
Yeah, it would have been. I mean, there's no way we could have done this or had the idea to do this when the show was originally on, when we first started, but it would have been cool to do a commentary series then.
Yeah, definitely.
But that would have been a different thing.
It would have, yeah. I mean, we, at least at a certain point, we went scene by scene, and so it was sort of like a slow commentary where we paused after every scene.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I guess you could watch, if you're new, you could watch the scene and stop it
and listen.
There's probably spoilers, but, for the episode, but.
Yeah, because we know the whole episode. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But that just would have been really hard. We would have had to watch it the first time.
There's no reason to do a commentary series on a show unless you would already do a regular podcast, like. We weren't into it that way to go, we should comment on this. It's like, what are we commenting about? We don't know what's happening.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just podcast.
Yeah, right. I mean, it would have been kind of interesting. One thing I think is cool is we did an initial reaction after the final episode.
Yeah.
And so you really get to hear our literally, at least for me, because it took me a while to watch it, literally a minute or two after I saw the last scene. Mm-hmm. What I was thinking.
Yeah.
And it wasn't pleasant. I was not happy.
Yeah.
I was very, very, very upset with that ending. And I think it left some scars that are maybe being healed by this process. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if a psychoanalyst was like, this is therapy to deal with what happened.
Gotta come to terms with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of what it feels like. It's sort of, I really feel like one thing that definitely happened for me is that in my first, round through the show, which is incredible because of how much we talked about it, and yet I think I misread the show the first time through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say this because it's going to sound pretentious or whatever, but I don't think most people know what the show really is.
I know. It does sound pretentious. And yet, I think it's quite true.
And I feel like there's an inherent craziness to saying that. It's kind of like, no one understands how good this piece of bread really is. Right. Only I understand what this bread is really capable of taste-wise. And it's like, what are you talking about? It's just a piece of bread.
Yeah.
I think, so I think it's we're through the looking glass. We're in the rabbit hole. We've seen the right rabbit, whatever metaphor you want.
We're going to the mountaintop. We're
Tabula Rasa. Yeah. We're a lot of season 1 episode titles. So it's like, Dave has made us jump off the cliff,
Right.
So we see the numbers, all that. Keep going. But so it's kind of like we but it's like at the same time I think I think it is true. I think the show was it's two things. It's what you see on the surface, and it's this and it's what's the structure of that and what that really means, which is like how the aspect of the show that's telling you how to view the show that most people don't see.
Right.
And I think that's kind of like the first layer we all got, everybody gets. It's a fun action show. It's a mystery show. It's got, we understand the characters. We understand what they want. It's entertainment and storytelling.
Yeah.
And then that second layer is like, okay, but what is the show trying to say more than just that?
Right.
I think a lot of shows have they have a version of that second layer that's more muted and smaller in scope.
Yeah.
And like Mad Men, Mad Men has the fun top layer that's fun and entertaining, and the storytelling aspects we all get, and it's got a second layer that's about social issues, about humanity, it's about how we treat each other, it's about time, it's about the theme basically.
Yeah.
But that's like it, it doesn't get bigger than that, and there's not a lot of need to expand that area, I think. And I think that's what the weird thing with Lost is. That second layer is saying something bigger, and it's using every single thing from the top layer to tell you that.
Right.
Right. And it's like a magic eye, I think. At least that's how I felt like this whole process. It's like you stare at it long enough, you get to see this pattern, and you can show other people the same image, but they might not see the pattern.
Right.
And they might not care to see the pattern.
Right.
And they might see the pattern and not think it's that interesting.
Yeah.
So,
all those things happen, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
I totally agree. It reminds me of, so I've been watching the X-Files, and I think the X-Files has like what you're saying, like a muted version of what Lost has, as far as like, it's also a show where they don't get a lot of definitive answers, and by the way, just as a, side note, Mulder's apartment number is 42.
Nice.
I feel like that's not a coincidence, but maybe that's just me. I mean, I guess if anything, it goes the other way, it, like, they chose 42 based on that.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm certain that they at least saw some of the X-Files, if not the Robert Patrick.
Well, what's Scully's apartment number?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I don't know Scully's apartment number. I should look next time they show her apartment. But what I was gonna say is, like, it doesn't give definitive answers, but it does show things on screen, And so I think that's this thing that Lost did that, at the time really frustrated me as a viewer, because it loves hinting at all of these crazy things, but when it comes to explicitly showing them, simple example, the smoke monster transformation or something, you never see it. You never actually see it happen. And the X-Files is not like that. You see aliens. You see spaceships. You see chambers with bodies in them, and you see, these secret rooms with all this crazy, you know what I mean? It's, you don't know what it all means, but there's something there.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of a concreteness to, maybe we don't totally understand what's going on here, but our suspicions are confirmed that there's something going on here. And Lost doesn't even, it pulls back even from that. It doesn't quite even confirm your very likely correct assumption that something strange is going on. It just kind of lets you draw the conclusion, and if that's good enough for you, okay.
What it does, it's one step before that. It lets you decide what conclusion you want to draw.
Right.
And that divergence is what the characters on the show do.
Right. Whereas there's no room for maybe there aren't aliens. You know,
Yeah.
you just can't go down that
Yeah.
road.
Mulder and Scully don't open the door and then see something surprising, and then close the door, and Mulder says, "I saw aliens," and Scully says, "I didn't."
Right. Right.
And then the plot extends from there to where one person is sure they didn't see aliens and one person is sure they did, and
Right.
they might blow up a hatch about it.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. And there are a lot of things where I think I think we know, but if I'm strictly concrete about what we see on screen, and we've talked about a lot of these, very small things, um, like whether or not Mikau came because of the flare, or whether or not Kelvin killed Rosinski, and these are like super small things, but even there, we really can't be sure what happened.
Hmm.
There's just nothing. There's nothing on screen that's concrete enough to draw a definitive conclusion.
Yeah,
Uh,
and again, that quality of not being sure what the plot is
yeah,
or what the story is, as you say, it is a unique quality to the show.
yeah.
You know, yeah, there's just most shows you can say what happened.
True. True. Yeah. I don't usually feel that sense of like, well, it looks like this is what happened, but
Hmm.
it could be many other things,
Yeah,
and we can either decide to accept one of them. We can
yeah,
either just live in that ambiguous space
yeah.
where
So Schrodinger's lost. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, where we just say like it's all a none. It's whatever you want it to be. It's
Hmm.
yeah, or you can just disengage and say who cares?
Yeah.
And just not even
Well, that's
play the game.
and every single version of that, and that, again, this is the quality I think that Lost. This is the prism that makes it work. Is that dynamic of here's a problem, here's a catalyst. You have three or four ways you can respond to that catalyst, including disengaging.
Yeah.
uh, that is the show, and that is what the characters go through. So there's
Yeah.
this micro and macro level of the same thing. You're seeing this thing play out. You for the characters in the story, like they make these choices. Rose and Bernard are the disengagers.
Right.
They're like,
Oh, we're done.
something's happening here, but yeah, we're gonna
I'm
we
not
don't
gonna
want
get
to be
involved
involved.
with that.
We don't want to be
Not my
involved. And
problem.
there's the people who make decided choices about it, like Jack and Locke,
Mhm.
and say, no, this is what we should do. We got to go down this
Yeah.
road. And then
This is what this means. This
yeah,
is yeah, exactly.
there's like Sawyer. I think is a great example of
Yeah.
like, let's just let it ride. It's both. It's neither. Does it
Right.
matter?
Right. I'm
Um,
not worried about it. I'm just gonna go with the flow.
yeah, exactly. He's not trying to leave the island, and he's not trying to get involved in the island.
Right.
He's right
Exactly.
in the middle.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really interesting how the reaction that the viewers have to watching the show, or to what the show is saying about the story and the issues in the island, is mirrored in what the characters are going through.
Yeah,
And I
definitely.
think you don't know that. You don't know that you're playing out the same thing they're playing out.
Right. Right, exactly. Yeah, so like I kind of feel like you can view the whole show metaphorically as they explicitly said that at the end of the show they were trying to address something about the meaning of life. I
Hmm.
think, and so this isn't totally out of left field to say. It does sound really pretentious to put it this way, but how can you not when you're addressing the meaning of life? But in a way,
Yeah.
you can see the whole show, the characters, the island as kind of just humanity coping with life in the universe and like trying
Hmm.
to understand it, maybe not trying to understand it, maybe just focusing on their own lives or not caring or being frustrated with it or being destroyed by it. Like there are so many things that can happen, and I think all of that plays out. And what you're bringing up is actually there's another level to that, which is this kind of audience, the audience engagement with the show also it can be viewed as a metaphor for that, which is
Yeah.
kind of crazy that it has enough to sort of support those crazy metaphors where you're watching the thing and it's kind of telling you how the various ways you could engage with it.
Yeah, I think that's insane.
It is.
Yeah, I think that's really insane. It's like watching a comedy. It's like watching a sitcom, and the act of watching it is telling you something about watching sitcoms. Or if I think that's a good metaphor,
Yeah.
it's like somehow I'm watching this, and deciding to laugh or not is telling me something about how we decide to laugh or not,
Right.
and what it means to decide to laugh or not.
Yeah.
And that some people
Sounds
can
crazy.
laugh, some
That
people
sounds like the
can...
coolest sitcom ever.
Take that, Seinfeld. Show about nothing. How about a show about a show? I don't
Yeah.
know. How about a show about watching a show? Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, and life. Like
And life,
it's
yeah. Well, that's the connection, right? Because life is watching the show, so it's
right.
about life, which is about watching the show. So it's just, yeah, they're connected that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is this sort of geometric exponential connection, I think, between like how those layer, it's like these mirroring, like a fractal pattern or something.
Yeah.
Where you see this one pattern on a small level, and then you zoom out, and on a bigger level you see that same pattern.
Right. And I feel like most people are more like Rose and Bernard or Sun and Jin or
Yeah,
even Desmond,
the characters are types of viewers.
Yeah, and we unfortunately are Locke.
Yep. Oh man. Oh my God. Holy crap. Oh
That's
man.
why we're still here.
That was a low blow. Oh man. Oh,
Well,
geez. I need time out, because that's really real. Because he had the worst character arc.
I know.
He couldn't get over it, and he was stuck at the end. And at the end, he said he didn't understand why.
I know.
And I think that's gonna be us.
That's way more like us, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
I'd love to be the Jack, but I think we're more like Locke.
So did we have what it took to get over it, or did we never get over it?
That's the thing. Like, if to be like Jack, we really are just gonna have to accept it on some level, and I think, yeah, we're just not there yet.
Yeah.
And at least perhaps we'll achieve Jack by the end, but so far I think it's been a very Locke podcast.
I really didn't think this podcast could be any more like have any more of my psyche wrapped up in it, but that's an extra level of like,
yeah.
now you're playing out the characters.
No. Well, that's the thing, because they present kind of the range of options. We're in there somewhere.
Yeah,
and it's kind of clear that that's what we are.
Yeah, and it's weird to see that. Yeah. Oh
is.
Man, that's really crazy. Yeah, we're totally like. Now the question is, will there be a bin to put us out of our misery?
Right. Yeah, that's what we need.
It's like, I don't know, the government outlawing podcasting or something, or just like somehow you can't podcast anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
Because we're never gonna stop otherwise.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I think we have to learn the lesson of Locke.
That's the key, yeah.
And yeah, figure out how to pull a Jack by the end of it.
That's what we need to do, Just kind of I guess, I mean, we're still engaged with it. We still care about what's happening, and we think it matters, but we don't have this burning need for answers and meaning and all these extra, you know what I mean? We can just kind of accept things that they should be like this, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, and I think the big thing is, Locke was always trying to figure out why he was special,
Right.
and what was, and I think we see. I think that's the thing. We have the keys that he didn't have. We have the
True.
perspective. So
A much
yeah,
wider perspective. Yeah.
yeah. I think the commentary series is helping us put everything in perspective and put these lingering issues to bed. And yeah, kind of make peace with it. And I think that's the thing Locke never got.
No.
He never got a chance to take time out and go, wait a minute, what have I been doing with my life? And
Right.
what has been motivating me, and what are the choices I've made? And yeah,
Yeah. He just kept going from one thing to the next thing, and every new thing was like, here's where my answers, here's where my destiny, here's where my meaning is gonna come from, and yeah, it was one disappointment after another until the end, and then even in the afterlife, I mean, I guess he was okay with it. He didn't seem like he was still frustrated about the island, but he still never got answers,
mm-hmm.
and I also find that frustrating.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is
Well,
probably appropriate for
and
someone
that's the
who's
thing,
engaged in his quest.
yeah, and I think that's that, those levels, right? There's like the show itself level, what the characters are experiencing. There's like the viewer level,
Yeah.
how we view the show, and then connect it down to that sub meta level of how the characters are viewing the show.
Right.
But then the show, but we're living life, so there's a larger context there for us.
Yeah.
But then the show on the smaller, on level 1, is talking about level 3,
Right.
which we are in. So it's this weird thing where
It's a Christopher Nolan movie now.
it's a Christopher Nolan movie. That's what's weird. Lost isn't a Christopher Nolan movie. People watching Lost is a Christopher Nolan movie.
Exactly. It's not within the show. It requires people to watch it for that to take place. Yeah, because they didn't write it like Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is a very exposition. Let's explain a lot of stuff kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not that. You bring that in.
Yeah.
And sort of turn it into this strange, like, elaborate machine.
Yeah, it's really strange to kind of see it that way, and to see how, because that's the thing, like it's not just applying, even what the show is doing on level 1 is not just affecting level 2. You're like, well, what does that mean for life,
Right.
And like you were saying with Locke and not getting answers, that's the thing they couldn't get on the level 1 within the show. Is that the point is there are no answers. The point is you make up the answers.
Yeah.
That can line up to reality or not.
Right.
Right? They can have real consequences or not. Or you can, those consequences affect how you decide if they had consequences.
Right.
If the psychic tells Claire she should give up the baby, and then like she does and nothing bad ever happens to her, then wow, that psychic was a real psychic. I'm going to take away he was right, and that's what should have happened. And if everything works out, then that seems to validate, the idea that he was telling the truth. But obviously things, not only did he change his mind, but he wasn't real. All the other stuff.
The psychic story has so many levels for something that's such a tiny part of the show, but it definitely illustrates a lot of the strangeness in general, because there's the interpretation in the original episode, which is that he knew she was going to crash on the island, and he was trying to make her do that. That stands as a possibility. The added fact that he's a fraud, which, one can be a fraud and yet have a real ability or experience. For example, they show Miles, who has a real ability, and yet he uses it in a fraudulent way.
There's the show doing its thing again.
So it's sort of like, just because he's a fraud doesn't mean it wasn't real, and yet it might. And in the end, who knows?
And just because it's real doesn't mean you're not being defrauded.
Right. Totally. Yeah. That's the thing. Could be a totally real thing, and yet fraudulent. Yeah. So it's he has a real vision, and yet he just did it for the money.
Yeah.
Like, it's totally possible.
Yeah.
All those things are possible, and we just don't know.
Yeah, and
Actually,
that's what,
it's funny I bring that up because if I remember right, there's a behind the scenes thing where they were gonna actually have the psychic in the brig.
yeah.
That was an idea. Like the psychic was gonna come out of the magic box, quote unquote. I really wonder where that was gonna go. I can imagine various reasons they might have cut that. First of all, it's not very personal for the characters the way Anthony Cooper was. But they must have had something in mind, you know. So it's interesting to me that that was actually, on the table.
Yeah, we've talked about that before, and I think I kind of feel like I had this thought that I'm having now before, which was maybe he was going to be an other or something.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. That I think you have. I think we had that theory earlier when we were talking about the psychic, because that's kind of the obvious answer, which is
Yeah.
weird because I didn't really ever think of that during the show.
Well, of course, the obvious thing is the thing you never think about.
Because it just kind of makes sense, and it doesn't actually require anything supernatural,
Yeah.
you know, except perhaps Jacob saying, get this person.
Hmm.
Maybe. If it even goes there, Or do they just want her because she's pregnant? Like,
Yikes.
who
Yeah.
knows?
Well, and here's the thing, though, and it's funny you mentioned that, like Jacob knowing and all this stuff. Like I think the idea is he did not know about the plane crash, right? Because that only happened because Desmond didn't brush the.
Well, yeah,
And we know the others didn't know about it.
clearly not. Yeah,
So only Jacob, like maybe like if the psychic was another and Jacob told it, he would have been the only one Jacob told, because the other ones obviously didn't know about it, But
yeah.
like really, it should be that Jacob didn't know. I don't
So
know.
here's what
I
I'll
guess that's a
say
whole other question. Yeah, I forgot.
about that. Like, I think it's really hard to know whether he knew or not about the original plane crash. What I will say is that he clearly knew about the Ajira crash because he goes to Hurley, after he gets out of jail, and he gives him the guitar and he tells him to get on that flight, you know, and the guitar had the message for Dogen, and I think there's every indication that he knew the
Well,
Ajira
here's the
flight.
thing though that makes it different. I think is he knew that the plane was going to fly over the island.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. I mean, you can know that just by knowing the itinerary of the plane and the direction and knowing where
Right,
the island is,
right.
versus knowing that Desmond's going to fail to press the button in an altercation with Kelvin.
Sure.
And that's going to blow up, tear apart the plane and make it crash.
Yeah.
Versus like, and maybe I mean now maybe the other side of that is, which is something that's interesting to think about, is what if Desmond and Kelvin didn't have their fight, the button was pressed, would the Lossies have just vanished off the plane, and the
Right.
plane keeps going or something.
Right. Right.
And the explosion was just the other way for them to get to land,
Right. Right. Or yeah, you could go another way, like sort of a Desmond flashes, the picture changes kind of way, which is that they would have crashed there or landed there somehow. And it just happened to be that way. But if he didn't do that, then it would have been some other way.
Well, and that's and okay, so that's the thing. And Jacob he has the ability to bring people to the island. We know he has the lighthouse, he can watch them.
Right.
So I think it might be a situation where he can't see the future. He can't know how it's going to happen, but he knows he has the ability to make them come to the island.
Yeah.
And so if he's targeted a group of people and he knows they're on 8:15, then it's like, well, this is going to be when they all come, because they can't, one or two come and not all of them.
Right. Right.
But I guess that's a whole other podcast, is trying to figure out how he wrangled all of them to get on the same plane. of the people he was sort of watching and willing to the island,
Right.
Because they're making all of these specific choices, right? Between
Yeah.
where they are and how they get to Sydney and all that kind of stuff. And
Oh, and he grabs Saeed too, because it's Alana that like takes him hostage and forces him on the plane, the
oh
Jiro
yeah,
plane,
yeah.
not the original one. But like that sort of suggests like something he might have done, but it is very vague, like how he would have accomplished all that. Um, and there's the strangeness of, I mean, even the Black Rock crashing, which like supposedly he brought them there too. Like it just kind of seems like they crashed there because there was a bad storm, and
Mm-hmm.
did he control the storm? But what I want to say about Jacob knowing the future is like I agree he doesn't know the future because it just doesn't. And yet, there's that thing of him sitting outside waiting for Locke to fall, seemingly. And there's when he's dying, he tells Man in Black they're coming. And it's not really clear how he, I mean, it doesn't have to mean that he knows the future, but it kind of seems like
And
he
their
kind
coming
of does.
their coming is knowledge of the present, right? I mean, are they coming right then?
Had they flashed, I mean, how would he know that they had like flashed in if they had yet, and if they haven't, then how does he
Well,
know?
I assume he's got some sort of awareness on the island at least. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's any more explainable. I think it's just less crazy than seeing the future.
Right.
Uh, but by a little bit. But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there are those moments. Okay, so first off, in any discussion about anything, there's going to be contradictory parts. That's what we learned from watching this show.
Right.
So
Right.
by its nature, they're going to throw in things that contradict a simple explanation for
Yeah.
the crazy stuff. I think
True.
so. I think we can't. I think that's another thing we like a new thing we can like use as a tool that we've learned is like if it has like definitive contradictory evidence,
Mm-hmm.
that might be a good thing
Right.
because they deliberately plant contradictory evidence because they're trying to confuse you about what you should think.
Right.
And I think that's something we would have never figured out earlier.
Yeah.
We would have looked for the perfect explanation that has as few hard contradictory evidence as possible.
That's normally what you do.
That's what you do in real life.
Yeah.
That's how we evolved and got out of the caves and built skyscrapers.
Yeah.
Is doing that kind of mental work.
Yeah. You want things that are gonna work. Not things that are like have multiple possible explanations and you don't know the true one, so you'll just go with this or give up.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I feel like that's a new way to look at the show is to say, okay, well, even everybody's favorite C word, the cabin.
Right. Goodness. Wow.
There's everybody's worst.
That was everybody's
least favorite C word. This is everybody's favorite C word.
Right. Anyway, yes, even the cabin. I would agree, but
I almost want to, the cabin is like that shall not be named sometimes. It's feel like just saying it is like Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I agree.
But even that, I think, like when we're looking at that, it's like, yeah, you should actually look at when it's, when there's contradictory evidence. When did they show it a different way? And maybe if they showed it twice this one way and twice this other way, and those are kind of equally opposite, then the point is probably they don't want you to know which one it is.
Right.
Versus they want you to be able to figure it out if you put the pieces together the right way.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. So I'll just but that evidence is pretty flimsy, honestly, but it's just these couple moments where there could be other explanations, but it does seem like the explanations. I mean, in Locke's case, like he could have just been waiting there and he was just gonna meet him on the way out. You know, it doesn't have to be that crazy.
And also, we got to say that's a retcon. So
Oh, totally.
part of it is like, well, what's the coolest place we could put Jacob in? Well, right after he falls, because, that also lends itself to the idea of like why he survived the fall.
Right.
Jacob touched him, so that's why he survived. Because, Locke thought, or I should say, the real Sawyer, Anthony Cooper, thought he was dead from that.
Right. Right.
Or, no, he thought he was dead from.
No, we thought that for a second. He thought he was dead from the plane crash.
I keep thinking that he was like, oh, he died because I pushed him. He's like, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I guess he knew. I guess he found out somehow. I don't know. Even though I remember they said in the episode that he ran away to Mexico or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he was keeping tabs, but yeah, somehow he heard about the crash and he knew. Maybe they published the names or something, broadcast them, and he saw that Locke was on the plane. Mm-hmm. And I guess it was a big story. Plane going missing. It would be a big story, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we just went through that with the Mona Lisa. We're still going through that now that they found the wreckage, some of the wreckage. So
exactly.
That's a total real world loss thing. Like, where did
Yeah.
And there's people that just are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I can kind of see that. It does. The Jacob saving him thing is also somewhat ambiguous. It seems like maybe he did, but you really can't be sure. And a thought just occurred to me that never did before, which is, he's paralyzed after that. Like, could Jacob have cured his paralysis right then?
Mm-hmm.
And he chose not to because his paralysis is what drives him to the island, ultimately. Or couldn't he do that and he just saved his life? Or did he not, in fact, save him at all? He just touched him and he was destined to, he was going to live. So he lived, and that was him being drawn to the island,
Yes.
Could go either way.
All three of those, and also neither of those.
Yeah, and there's probably another possibility that I didn't mention.
Mm-hmm.
But
the inverse of those three.
I feel like all of those could be, the case.
Yeah.
Because there's just nothing. His hand doesn't light up. I mean, there's just nothing definitive to say. And he touches the other people, right? And like most of the other people he's touching in the flashbacks, they're not being healed, right?
Yeah, so it's basically the touching shouldn't be to heal. The touching should be marking candidates.
Right, exactly. I mean, even though like he touches Richard to seemingly give him, that's not healing though. You know, and he heals Alana, but off screen, of course. Mm-hmm. So, you're just left to wonder if he did it that way or some other way, or if he did it at all.
When Alana was healed, did we see her off the island healed?
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean? I think the answer is yes, but...
so we see her bandaged in the hospital with Jacob.
Right.
And then the next time we see her, she's healed.
Yeah.
But is that on the island or off the island?
It's off the island because it's still the flashback.
Okay.
They're showing that time he comes to her in the hospital. It's Abiturno, and they play like a couple extra scenes.
Okay.
With her where he tells her, and this is great. I actually forgot about this, but this is perfect for the show. He's like, okay, and then you got to go to Richard. He's gonna know what to do next.
Yeah.
And Richard's like, what?
He said, I know?
Yeah, he literally laughs at that.
Wow.
And he doesn't know what to do next, and he just spends the rest of the show trying to blow up the plane, which I don't think is what Jacob intended.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, that was the whole point of that scene. Like, ask Ricardus. He'll know what to do.
Ask Ricardus.
Like, what? He had no clue, and you didn't even tell him about all this candidate business anyway, so he's totally disillusioned with you at this point.
Yeah,
And he completely gives up.
that's right. That's another reason why the last season wasn't great, because how the show ended wasn't great, because you don't want one of your most interesting characters to lose faith and give
Just
up,
stop
and,
caring.
and
Yeah.
then go, well, what was the even the point?
Yeah. Yeah. He kind of felt
Like
like he had wasted
Richard
his
could have
life.
just died in the 1800s, and then how would
Yeah.
that have really have changed the show?
Not much. Not much at all. Because he really, yeah, I mean, his story just creates problems. Like, I mean, I guess that's appropriate for Lost, and in a certain sense, but it's, I keep having to bring up his backstory because it just creates all these issues for all this stuff with the others,
Hmm.
and so it's like it would, in a way, it would be easier if he weren't there,
Yeah.
because like his presence is just like something that always gnaws at me with the relationship between the others and Jacob, and the fact that Ben doesn't talk to Jacob but Richard does, and Richard,
Yet Richard's not the leader of the
he's
others.
not the leader of the others. He brings lists, and yet there's also other lists, and it's just like, and Ben's doing stuff and claiming it's Jacob, and yet Richard should know, but did he ever say anything? All this stuff is like totally confusing and up in the air.
Yeah.
And it's really because of that backstory, that they threw in. In a way, it was like maybe if they just hadn't told us his backstory, it would have been easier, But they had to specifically give him this backstory where he has these very direct interactions
Hmm.
um, with Jacob and the Man in Black, and he knows their whole conflict. He knows what Man in Black's powers are. He knows what Jacob tells him the island is and why the Man in Black can't leave. He knows all this stuff, and yet it doesn't seem like he knows that stuff, later on, which later
Hmm.
on means earlier.
Later on, earlier, of course. That's how time works.
Because when Locke shows up and he says, "I've been resurrected," he doesn't suspect it at all.
Huh?
It isn't till Locke walks out of the statue, having just killed Jacob, basically, and it's like, I see. What does he say? How's it feel being out of those chains? What does he say
Yeah.
about the chains?
Yeah. Good to see you out of
Good
those
to see you
chains.
out of those chains. That was it. And that's the moment where he goes, "Oh,
Wow. Yeah, that's horrible.
yeah, what the fuck?"
How does the craziest power you've ever seen anyone exude, like, not you and then somebody else goes, "Hey, I look like this person."
Yeah,
How do you not think, well, maybe
yeah,
I know this guy has been trying to trick us for centuries now.
yeah. And that's what
And
happened
then
with
like,
Richard too. He appears as his dead wife
yeah,
to try to get him to kill Jacob, which is exactly what
the
he does
same
with Locke.
thing. Yeah,
Same
what?
thing.
Well, fool me once.
Yes, exactly. Shame on you, Richard. And it's just like, if they hadn't told us that, I wouldn't have to be frustrated. You know.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah,
fill in
that,
his backstory with, it's like he knows too much, and yet he knows nothing.
yeah.
Like, I don't know how to reconcile that.
It's both extremes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's crazy that yeah. And then like wasn't it pretty clear that Locke wasn't normal Locke?
totally clear. He even says it. He's
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought. I thought he
something's different about you. Like,
yeah.
and like that. Use your
See,
brain.
See, if it was Saeed, like Saeed would have like pulled somebody aside on a very direct walk and says, "We have a problem," and it would have been
Absolutely.
like, "That's not John Locke."
Yeah. If Saeed knew, like, there's this entity that wants to kill
Oh my
Jacob and
God.
kill dead people, he would
Oh
not
man.
accept someone coming back saying, "Oh yeah, I came back to life. It was cool." Anyway, can we go see Jacob now?
Don't mind
Like,
my death. Just resurrected is
yeah.
all.
Can I go see that guy I've been trying to kill?
Isn't the
today?
island feeling crazy, y'all?
And he buys it, and he brings him to Jacob, and like
Yeah.
he sets the stage for the whole thing.
It'd have been complete if Saeed knew half of what was going on with the backstory of the
I
island. It would have been a completely different
It could have
show.
been so much like, yeah, they could have saved a lot of trouble.
Wow. Why now that makes me wonder. I can't remember why didn't Saeed get invested in pressing the button?
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like he was angsty about Shannon, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean I don't know why he didn't get
He
invested.
never got pulled in.
Maybe initially it was Shannon keeping him away because he was interested in Shannon, and then
Yeah.
when Shannon died, he was angry about her dying, and then he kind of focused his energy on the others,
Mm-hmm.
and so he was it just kind of seems like he was distracted.
Yeah.
He was too focused on these other things to really like care about the button. But in another world, yeah, I could see him caring about it.
I can see him being very invested in trying to figure out what it did, if anything, and
Because he does investigate the station, he's the one that goes down there and crawls under it and finds the magnetism, and he's like, they covered this up in concrete, and I haven't seen this in Chernobyl, and like he has all these comments, so there is something there to him like caring about what's happening, and yet, yeah, he just kind of forgets about it for the rest of the season, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
that was a good tangent, but 150.
Indeed.
Well, I think that was all a good setup for this episode, which is about the crazy stuff where you can't tell what you're supposed to think.
Right. Right. I would say that, and I hesitate to say this because there are so many, and Richard just provided a great example. But I feel like this is maybe the quintessential like Lost mystery because it's like the introduction. The introduction is already fraught with confusion and complete lack of clarity about what's going on. Like we first meet this thing, and already the characters, we don't even know how the characters know about it or what they think is going on here.
Yeah.
And so it's like it starts off in complete ambiguity land.
That's the same.
And it only gets worse.
That's the same thing about the others. We were talking about how, the only reason the others are interested in fertility is because of Ben's trauma with his mom dying during his childbirth.
Right.
But because that's the main drama we see when we meet the others, we get this. There's already a problem. We're not seeing them proper. They're living in the barracks, dealing with the fertility issues, not how they were under Widmore or how they were before that.
Right.
And that's one of the Lost things is like to introduce something. There's already a problem. It's not default. It's not on the default setting.
Yeah, we can't even like get to the problems later, because they retcon something or whatever. It's sort of like
it's the sonic fence. It's like sonic fence. Wow, that's crazy. Oh look, it works. But guess what? Nah, it was actually turned down. That's why Mikhail. That's why Mikhail survived. It was it wasn't on the It's like even that wasn't on the default setting.
Right.
Like,
of course not. Of course not. Oh man, yeah, and it's just like how when they first see the ash circle, it's like it's already been broken.
Yeah, the orientation video, it's been edited.
Yeah,
it's like all this stuff is like, wow, that's totally how they start with mysteries. They they break it and then it's like here you go, it's broken now.
Yeah.
Now deal with it.
And we'll just add to that later.
Yeah, well, pile onto the broken parts, and then you won't know what the original should look like. Yeah.
Because it'd be one thing if this were like the Lighthouse, where this is the only episode where we ever see it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be problematic enough, because I think, the Lighthouse also raises a lot of questions, and we still don't fully understand it, and yet it's way less troubling than the cabin, because the cabin just adds to its own problems.
Every time.
All the way to the end. All the way to the last scene with the cabin. Like it never stops. It's like and then that's how you're going out with the cabin on another problem. Like
Yep.
to throw everything just when you think maybe you can understand it and maybe there's a clear, direct explanation. The way they end it just throws that out the window.
Yeah, and I think that's where you have to use the tool of saying the contradictions are part of the puzzle.
That's the key. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think that's actually, you're right. Like I mean, in a way it gets them out of, just general writing difficulties that might happen in every show. But in another way, it's more excusable because it is actually, part of the fabric of the show in general. I mean,
yeah, they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
And I think that's the weird thing, is like you're saying about how people view the show is like the biggest complaint is, the show, they're just making it up and they don't give answers. It's like they're actually doing that on purpose.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean you have to like it.
No.
Doesn't mean it's good.
Right. No.
But the fact that it's not an accident, I think, has to be factored in to what your criticism is, right?
Right.
And I think that's kind of that extra level that people don't go to, is to say, wow, this show consistently doesn't answer questions.
Right.
And it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? If
Right.
it's consistent, maybe there's a point there.
Right.
And maybe their point is you can never have answers in life. So
Right.
you don't get answers on this show, which is about life.
Which Carlton Cuse literally said. So I mean,
Wow, so there it is.
I think that's definitely a takeaway because
He was clearly quoting me.
yeah, and when he said that, I was really angry by that statement.
Yeah.
But now with some distance and 5 years of of like kind of
because
with it.
you're angry because it's not what you signed up for.
Totally.
They didn't tell you. They were telling you that. You didn't know they were telling you that because
Right.
they were using the tools every other show uses, which is
Right.
storytelling.
Sure.
To tell you something you didn't know you were expecting. And I
Right.
think that's the weird thing, is if you went into the show and in the pilot, Carlton and Damon come on screen and they say, this is the show about the meaning of life and what happens after you die.
Right.
It completely changes what you're watching and how you do it.
Yeah. That was nowhere near my mind at any point, even in season 6.
Yeah, because not getting answers relates to their point about life not
Right.
getting answers.
Totally. Yeah.
And that's what, and they're doing it, A, because it helps their storytelling, but B, equally, is because that's their point.
That is the point. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like I have to, give some credit to that idea. Like it really works because I mean there are a lot of shows with oopsies and accidental inconsistencies and stuff like that. And Lost does have some of those. So for example, there was one that, I'm still proud of myself, whatever, like it's a big deal. In this episode that's coming up, Looking Glass, through the Looking Glass, there's this map and it says the Looking Glass hatch. On it. It's a Dharma map or like schematic of the place. And I wrote Greg Nations, I was like, Looking Glass hatch? Like, why would they call it a hatch? And he was like, oh yeah, that was Proud Department. They messed it up.
Nice.
That's a simple oopsie.
Yeah.
Where it's like they just messed it up. It's not trying to create problems for us.
Yeah. It's
not like we're just, oh my God, what if everyone calls them hatches and it's some kind of crazy, no. It was confused because they always, the Losties always called them hatches because they originally found a hatch door. And that's why, and so then it just became the name for all the stations. But it doesn't make any sense for Dharma to have ever done that because it was more than that for them. And so and there are other things like that, where it's just like, it's kind of a simple, the picture frames in the background, just like production problem.
The production problem. Or and any, always my favorite example is Hurley drawing the
Yeah.
polar bear in the igloo or whatever, like
Yeah.
at the mental institute. It's like he just decided to do that.
It's an arbitrary thing that the actor decided, and
Yeah.
they're fine letting
Like
it
he
in.
could have done the opposite of that, was to draw a nice sunny day at the beach.
Yeah.
And then we would have said, "Oh, look, he thinks he's the island. Look, he drew the beach, therefore the island."
Yeah. Although I remember at the end of season 2 thinking like, oh man, there's something like, I remember thinking the island was secretly Arctic,
Yeah. We had that theory, and I think it has something to do with Penny's.
with Penny, the Portuguese speaking like people looking for the anomaly in the Arctic for, I still don't know why.
Yeah, and we had that theory that the island was convincing them that it was tropical, but it was actually really Arctic. And
exactly. And the Hurley thing played into that.
Yeah.
It seems like a hint, and yet no, it's just kind of an arbitrary, lucky connection. I don't know why those guys were in that setting.
The light doesn't scatter quite right because it's all a hologram.
Exactly. And that seems reasonable, until it's like, well, it's probably not that.
Probably not that.
If we can be sure of anything. I mean, the island moves. Perhaps it goes into colder areas and warmer areas sometimes, but it's not secretly an Arctic wasteland.
No, it's not.
I think we definitively say that. But it's a weird choice, that I still don't understand. I mean, the Hurley thing I understand, but I don't understand the Penny thing. I don't know why they chose to portray it that way. It's strange. It's certainly interesting. It caught me off guard. It made me think it was a commercial for, Winterfresh gum or something.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
I mean, it might be some simple technical explanation of you can get a better atmospheric reading in the Arctic, or it was Antarctica, right?
Presumably. I mean, I don't think they give a specific location. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Okay. I thought it was in the south. I didn't think it was Arctic, like North Pole. I thought it was South Pole.
Yeah, Antarctic. But I just mean cold.
Yeah. Maybe at one of the poles it's easier to get a fix on. There's less electromagnetic radiation from the cities and stuff. So
that's logical.
Yeah. I mean, maybe just in their research they like, oh, we should set it here or maybe they just were like, here's a crazy place.
Right. Could go either way.
Yeah. But yeah, back to the main idea though.
Right.
Introducing things where it's already broken and it already has issues is really their standard technique. Yeah,
and they're going to go back to that several more times before this thing's over, and they're going to go back to that specifically with the cabin several more times.
Yeah.
Because it's weird. Like, I guess at the end of season 5, they were like, okay, we don't want to mess with the cabin anymore, but we're going to send it off in the most cabin-y way possible. with some really vague pronouncements, some revelations that don't fit with what you've seen before, and then we're going to burn it down.
Then we're going to burn it down.
And we shall never speak of it again. I was waiting all of season 6 for some kind of conversation, At the end of season 5, Locke, Man in Black as Locke and Ben have a brief conversation about the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Locke is still in disguise, so the conversation can't be fully, honest, because he's just like pretending to be Locke.
Yeah.
Whereas he was, I think, right, guys? He was in there as the figure in the chair, presumably. So he didn't experience that the same way they did, obviously.
Yeah.
But, later on, him and Ben are hanging out for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And there was opportunity for them to have an exchange. They just don't. They don't. No one brings it up. So it's just not. Man, I understand that maybe it never came up naturally in conversation.
Are you saying it was the cabin in the room?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, they made Ben like say some lines about his smoke monster summoning chamber.
Mhm.
There's like these little or the way they answer the whispers, like it's super contrived,
Oh,
Or
jeez.
or
Oh.
the scene with Jack where he talks to the Man in Black and he finds out that it was him impersonating Christian at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like it feels like weirdly forced
Mhm.
and like didactic, and it's sort of like, yeah, of course, and in the Whispers case, it's what? But in both cases, it's sort of like it's kind of a strange mode for them,
Yeah.
because they don't usually get that way.
Mhm.
And I think that was a weird choice that maybe they regretted. Um, and But they could have done that for the cabin if they wanted
Mhm.
to. They could have had a little didactic scene where the Man in Black explained the cabin from his point of view.
Yeah.
You know, um, but they just chose not to mention it again. Which might be better or worse. I don't really know. It depends on what he would say, and
Yeah.
I don't really know
Exactly.
what that would be, and that makes part of my fantasy loophole centric episode, which would have to involve the cabin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Since the loophole, I think the loophole as I understand it, which is to say I don't understand it, but as much as I understand it, it involves the cabin heavily.
Mhm.
Because now in this episode, Ben and Locke are going to go there for the first time.
Yeah, and maybe this, since we're about to watch it, is the beginning of his loophole. Like trying to convince Ben that Man in Black is Jacob. It could be the first part of the loophole, right? If
Yeah,
he's like, I'm gonna get Ben to kill Jacob somehow. Well,
yeah,
first of all, he's like, I'm gonna get somebody to do it, and I
right,
think that person changes over time.
right,
And if he's going after Ben or Locke, now we know that there's been time travel already and stuff, so obviously Locke should be in his sights,
right,
but it's hard to really know what sort of Man in Black is thinking, really at any given time period after the 50s,
right.
because Locke has already gone back in time.
Yeah,
So if he knows about that before Locke has gone back in time,
yeah,
then he knows something special with Locke.
right.
Now he doesn't necessarily know he did it,
True.
right? Depending on which time you're talking about.
I
Um,
mean, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting question. I think he definitely could know that he did it. But I don't know at what stage. I guess maybe he wouldn't necessarily know, but he could. I think the main thing that would tell him it's him is the thing with the thing with Christian in the cabin.
what do you
I don't
what do you mean?
know. I don't know how
Oh,
else he would explain that scene. If he's sort of scanning Locke and he's seeing that play out, I feel like the most logical explanation for
see,
him.
that's well, and that gets tricky. But okay, so if Locke goes back to the 50s and Man in Black scans him, now Man in Black knows the future.
Yes, and I think there's evidence that he did know some of the future.
Yeah.
With like the whole thing where he meets Locke, while he's time traveling, ready with Richard, and he tells him what to say, that he has to die, and he tells him to get the compass, and there's this whole idea that he is able to sense when he's gonna come.
But that's the thing. He basically senses it before it happens.
Right.
It's a paradox there because he can't know to send him back in time unless he knows he went back in time.
That's the confusing thing. He would have to see him having done that already, and that's how he knows. It's kind of like the compass, though.
Yeah.
Where it just seems like there's no origin for the idea.
Oh yeah. What was the thing with the compass? It always existed or
No,
something.
no one originally had it. Yeah, it's like infinitely old. Like it's passed from Richard to Locke and from Locke to Richard throughout history, and no one ever originated the compass.
um. Yeah, thanks time travel.
Yeah. And I feel like that's, and Man in Black is,
Because it's well within that timeline, right? So it's like
yeah,
that's the thing with time travel, where it sort of creates a pocket universe.
yeah,
So in that pocket universe, the watch just always existed because its
exactly.
origin is outside of that universe.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, wow.
exactly. And so it seems like Man in Black's plan is a little bit like that,
Mhm.
where he knew about it because someone time traveled and told him what it should be.
So it's almost like, yeah, the analogy there would be like, the origin of that knowledge doesn't it
Doesn't
doesn't have
exist.
yeah, it doesn't exist. It just
Yeah,
always existed in this timeline.
exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
That's so weird.
It's very weird.
That hurts my brain.
It's very weird. And this is a good example of something that you can infer from what happened on the show, but they never will explicitly say that this happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally manipulated time travel to originate an idea that ever existed. You know, like
No. Originate an idea that always existed.
okay, yeah, it's a fine line there, but yeah, okay, that always existed but never was.
But was never created.
Yeah, exactly.
Yikes.
It's a bit much.
No, that's the most.
But I mean, Desmond's flashes are kind of like that too. It reminds me of the discussions we were having in Catch 22, where like all of his actions are determined by what he's seeing. And so it's sort of like if those things hadn't happened, quote unquote, in the future, then he never would have done them, and they never would have happened.
Yeah.
It's kind of the classic time travel paradox.
Yeah.
And it's sort of what it kind of takes it to another level, that it seems like they want to go with one universe,
Mm-hmm.
course correction, not infinite possibilities and universes splitting off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if you have that, then it seems like if there's only one universe, then there really is like stuff happening. If you introduce time travel there, then you're going to have these causal loops where things happen that have no beginning, which is insane. But it's sort of like, does that make sense? Should it make sense?
I don't think
Power of the Islands.
Yeah.
Can we chalk it up to, something we just can't understand?
Yeah, I think it's something that shouldn't make sense to us. Our brains are designed for what we saw in nature, and those theoretical concepts like that, we haven't been able to experience them, so we can't. It doesn't feel right.
It's very hard to conceptualize. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm still confused about time travel. I don't know if there's any, physicists in the audience. But
I hope so.
Like my impression, and I could be wrong about this, is that like in a sense it's possible, like what you see in Interstellar or whatever, it's possible to kind of time travel to the future. With the speed of light, and I can't say I really understand it, but like I
time slows down the faster you go. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Basically, I mean, yeah, as much as that makes sense. So you could sort of not age, and then people would age, and you meet your daughter when she's a grandmother or whatever.
Like time can pass you by, which I think makes like we can conceptualize time passing you by. Being frozen and time, but time doesn't. But it's the time travel to the past that's a whole different.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I haven't actually seen a clear explanation of how that would be possible.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there isn't one, or if there is one and I just don't know about it. So if anyone knows.
Well, I think the pocket universe kind of theory, second timeline, is what kind of makes it make sense, because if it's 1990, right, and it's January 1st, 1990, and you haven't your future self is going to time travel back to this point, but you haven't done it yet because you're
Right.
not going to create a time machine into the year 2000, right? So it's like, well, when it's 1990, you haven't created that time machine yet, so you haven't time traveled yet. So you keep living to 91, 92, 93, and
Hmm.
then you get to year 2000, you create this time machine. Then you go back in time. Now there's two of you in 1990. Well, it should have been two of you in 1990 before.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. Exactly, exactly. That's
Yeah.
that's this game I used to like to play where I would say like, if I ever live to be able to use a time machine, then
Hmm.
I'll just come back to right now, and then
Yeah.
I would look at the door.
Well, yeah, and it's really scary. I've done that too, where you try to communicate to your future self and go, okay, well, then how about right now, and or like write a letter and
Yeah,
say, come back in time, and if you hold on to that letter for
right.
the next 100 years,
Yeah,
you could go back to when you wrote that letter, which should be right now.
yeah. I think that's a problem I always had, and I sort of concluded, well, it's not possible. It's a little hasty because I wouldn't necessarily remember. Like,
Well, there's a lot of reasons why it wouldn't happen. I mean, it could be expensive. If it could be
yeah,
impossible, it could be expensive. It could be outlawed.
right,
It could be a lot of things to prevent it from happening. You could just realize it's a bad idea.
right,
It's cheap and easy and free, but it's just a bad idea to go back in time to your
right.
former self because we know this from whatever like yeah. So there's a lot of things, or it could be it's impossible, and when you go back in time, you're creating a second timeline
Right.
that has no beginning before that.
Right, right, right.
Um,
Branches off from there, yeah.
yeah, it branches off because you're creating a new future, which makes sense that it would branch off. You're
Totally.
creating, and with the whole idea of each multiverse theory and each choice you make kind of branches off. Like that would make sense that if you
Mhm.
go back in time, that's a new choice, that's a new
Yeah,
event that's going to change. And I think for the universe, it's a simple, elegant way to do it.
definitely.
Versus like now we have to change the past, and
Right,
now everything is going to get screwed up. Like yeah.
right. Exactly. Um, and I think, yeah, that it really works for like making sense of how that could be possible without like creating paradoxes.
Hmm.
But it does seem like Lost tried to go with the one universe theory.
Yeah, where it's.
Whatever happened happened up to a certain point.
Hmm.
Things can change, but not too much.
Yeah.
you know, and certain things are just gonna happen no matter what. They might just end up happening in a different way from what was supposed to happen, quote unquote. That was kind of if we're creating an incident now, we always did that.
Hmm.
You know, whatever effect we're having via time travel was always there.
Yeah.
You know, and that was their plan, and ugh, it's a
Yeah,
tough one.
so in the 70s when the Lossies are in the 70s on the island, Jacob and Man in Black are like, "Wow, where'd these people come from?"
Hmm.
Oh, they're from the future. So that means at some point they're going to get sent back in time. Maybe
Right,
they're important.
right, yeah,
Maybe I should get my telescope at the lighthouse
yeah,
and look at them.
yeah, totally. That very well could be true. That's not a crazy thing to think, I
Hmm.
would say. um or or did he already know? I mean, there's really no.
Well, with Sawyer, he met him when he was a kid.
True, and Kate.
So yeah, and Kate. So if he saw them in the 70s as adults before they would have been adults, he would have known something's up.
Yeah, that's a good point. However, oh, yeah, it's a good point in any case. This isn't a however. But I was just going to point out that I think Sawyer says when he's in the 70s that the thing where his the thing that happens with his parents, where his
Hmm.
dad kills his mom and kills himself and stuff, it happens during that time.
Yeah, yeah.
So what that means is that Jacob's visit to Kid Sawyer happens after Sawyer flashes there. So I think, and I don't know exactly when Kate's thing happens, but I think it's also plausible that it happens after
Interesting.
that point. So I think that leaves open the possibility that that he went to see them after they flashed in.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That would make sense.
yeah, and so it is possible that, kind of like Locke, they were special because they time traveled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that made him think, well, they must be special. I should look in on them.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think about Sun and Jin. Like, why didn't he go see them when they were kids?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not clear. It's not clear why he didn't. And then with Saeed and Hurley, he actually didn't even go see them before the first plane crash.
Yeah.
It was the second one. So that's strange in a different way. But yeah, Locke either. Like, Richard goes to see Locke when he's born, but Jacob doesn't see him until he's a pretty well-aged adult.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Richard even goes to, like, try to, make him the leader of the others, seemingly. And yet Jacob doesn't go to him until much later. So, did they talk about him? Did they... I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Was Richard just going rogue? Was it Ben? Was it just... Yeah, like, I don't know.
Well, that's a good place to watch this episode. I don't know. Talk about being Locke.
Totally. I don't think... Yeah. Locke, I don't understand. That's my dying thought. Thank you.
I don't understand. I think that's got to be our sign off.
It's classic. That's like
the last Lost Lowdown will just be like, and we didn't understand.
It's perfect, and I think I hated that when I heard it, but it's 100% like in line with what they're doing with him.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect period on his life.
The point that he doesn't understand is the point.
Yeah. That's what his life was all about.
Yeah.
And he just, fought against it the whole time.
Well, and it's interesting because it's not like he didn't, it's not like he didn't interpret things and place meaning on things and make decisions, right? Because I mean, you have to.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just paralyzed with.
Even retreating is making a decision.
Yeah. Hey, as a great band once said, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
Ooh. Burn.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's an interesting final thought of not understanding, what he was supposed to do or what he did wrong. It's what last words.
Yeah. I mean, that really works, and I was so annoyed with them for doing that.
Yeah.
But I totally get it. I mean, that clearly was the point, and I just didn't want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I wanted Locke the fulfilled hero who got all the answers and triumphed, and that was so not it.
No, he's the opposite.
He's the opposite of everything I wanted.
Yeah, he's not Don Quixote. He's the donkey Don Quixote was riding.
Totally. Oh my god. Wow. That's so sad. It's so apt. It's true. Yeah. Wow.
Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Like, what am I doing here? Like, this is so weird. I had such a good thing going, Just chilling in that village, being a donkey. Like, I didn't need all this, like, all these problems.
Oh, man. Yeah, Locke. Oh, man.
I know.
But at the same time, he deserved it. He made these choices.
Oh, yeah. He dove right in, head first, with no abandon at all.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think if there's a certain character who could have done everything Locke did and went, I know why I did it. The end. As
Yeah.
he's getting killed,
Yeah.
I got it now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know. I wouldn't have changed a thing.
Right.
Like whatever it is. Like there's
Right.
a different person with the same motivations that would have had a different, like, the opposite final words. They would have had the courage of their convictions, not
Yeah.
like, well, I don't even know what happened.
Right. 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 And that's what Man in Black is mocking.
Yeah.
With pointing that out. And even when he's still pretending to be Locke and Richard says, there's something different about you. And he's like, I have a purpose now.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like, that's what Locke wanted to be able to honestly say.
Mhm.
But never really could because he never knew what it was.
Wow, he never had a purpose.
Yeah.
That's a very good. Oh my God, I feel like that's the perfect word for Locke's problem. Not the special thing, it's the purpose.
Yeah.
Because that's what he was looking for. That's what he was looking for. That totally makes sense, Matt.
Yeah.
Wow. Because, yeah, it wasn't why am I special. It's like, what's my purpose? Oh, my purpose is to give my dad a kidney. Oh, my purpose is to help him with this money. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what he was looking for, is this purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Definitely.
I would see. And there's the thing about being special was part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he thought he had a special purpose.
Yeah. Or him being special would give him a special purpose.
He'd find out what his purpose was once he found out why he was special.
Exactly. Yeah. They're totally entwined.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think he was inclined to read his renewed ability to walk on the island as like an indication of A, his specialness, and B, the fact that he must have a purpose there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, when I'm hunting boar, I'm happy because that's my purpose.
Yeah.
Or in the early days, building Claire the crib for Aaron, that's my purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, teaching Walt, that he had a purpose.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, pressing the button's my purpose. And it's like, I don't think so, buddy.
No. And then then it's on to the next thing, and now he's like, I gotta go, like, meet with the others and figure out their secrets and meet Jacob and all this stuff he's gonna do in this episode.
So if we take the step back and go to level 3 about what is the show telling us about life, then maybe the theme here, the main idea is that if you're going through life constantly seeking purpose, you're going to always find it in the wrong things.
Yeah.
Because anything's going to be, for a time, the thing you think is the thing.
You can decide that that's your purpose. And if you want to, that's fine. But that's kind of going to be you.
Yeah.
Putting that interpretation on it, and it might not be satisfying to you, or you might not be willing to accept it, or it might just end up ruining your life.
Yeah, because if you're always looking for the external fulfillment, you'll never be internally fulfilled if that's all you're looking for. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he couldn't just be happy with his own life. Like there had to be this extra thing.
Yeah, like he got to walk again.
Yeah.
And
that wasn't enough.
He took that as a sign that like he needed somewhere to go.
So what's the next step? Because like clearly this is like part of some larger thing.
I can walk now because I need to do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Instead of just saying, "Hey, I can walk now.
This is great.
This is it.
Awesome.
I'm done."
And that's kind of what Rose does.
Yeah.
With her cancer, she doesn't say like.
She doesn't. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't go, "Oh, I'm cured from cancer. Now what should I do?"
Yeah. Now I must have a mission. Like.
Yeah.
Exact opposite.
The point of being cured is to go now live life.
Now I get to live and just like enjoy, being with my husband and just like live, appreciating the beauty of the island and like being removed from all this insanity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird to get life lessons from a show. It's really weird.
It is.
I mean, obviously that's what storytelling is, but to have it in this like direct yet indirect way.
Yeah. It's weird that it's right on the surface, and yet it's really easy to miss that that's what's going on.
Yeah, because I'm not watching other shows going, how does this show tell me I should live my
Oh,
life?
never. Never.
Even though the characters are responding to the plot and I'm responding to
Mm-hmm.
what I would do in that situation
Sure,
or what
sure.
I mean, like Walking Dead. I mean, obviously there's we can have this kind of conversation about that kind of show
Mm-hmm.
where you say, well, what would you do in a zombie apocalypse, or what does that mean we should do in our real
Yeah.
lives, and how should we treat people now versus
Mm-hmm.
that stuff is there. Lost isn't unique in those topics,
True.
but how the characters respond to the zombies or the mysteries on the show isn't so direct in like how you should now go out and operate in life.
Right. Yeah, totally. Because I think, yeah, it's in Walking Dead, it's just more specific. I mean, you could read it as being about like the breakdown of civilization
Mm-hmm.
and sort of what that would mean for us. But I think Lost is not that specific. Like it's partially about that, but it is also about just people in general, even in society.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to have that. Whereas I think in Walking Dead, like, and it's something that frustrates me about the show. Like a lot of times it just comes down to, are you willing to do what it takes to be ruthless enough to survive in this world?
Yeah.
If so, you survive. If not, you will die.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of the lesson that is learned on the show over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not, there's someone out there who's more ruthless than you are, and there's
Yeah.
also zombies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I think that's kind of it for that show. Like
Mm-hmm.
there really isn't a next thing or a larger point.
Yeah, and I feel like that's you can take those elements and use it as a metaphor for life.
Yeah,
But I think it paints a smaller picture
much smaller. Yeah,
because it's about more specific things.
Yeah.
And it's not about general meaning and interpretation.
yeah. And I don't think we see also like the different ways of reacting,
Yeah.
that you see on Lost, and really like how the characters' reactions determine their futures. It's kind of binary.
Mm-hmm.
They become survivors or they die.
Yeah.
And the show doesn't play out a lot of other possibilities. And so it's like the people on the show that are still there, they must be the survivors. And so there's not a lot of room for locks,
Yeah.
or characters who don't want to play the game,
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was Gabriel.
Yeah.
But
right.
eventually the game finds you.
Sure.
Can't not play the game. Even Herschel on the
Yeah.
farm, like, well, we'll stay back and let but it's gonna find you.
Right. Exactly.
You have to play the game at some point. But yeah, no, that's interesting. But yeah, I think that's the big thing that Lost has, and I feel like, yeah, I don't know. It is some form of therapy to realize that.
Mm-hmm.
And watching the show is this weird meta process.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's, a big reason why it remains engaging for such a long period. There are still things to think about because it takes you so long to like get to the point to think about some of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And there are so many things that happen, that can be reviewed as you go through, and so it's really hard to come to the end of thinking about a show like this because it's so all encompassing.
Yeah.
If it's really addressing something as big as like the meaning of life, which is something that, everyone thinks is like it's a joke to even try to address that. You know what I mean? I feel like that's something you would like, really? That's your goal?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's crazy. But because they really took a shot at it, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
To dive into on the surface level, the second level, the audience level, the metaphorical, you know what I mean? There's and the interactions between them. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy.
And yeah, that's here we are, 150.
150 later. We're still pounding on that hatch,
That's
trying
it.
to look for answers.
That's what we're doing. And the light comes on, and maybe it means something, and
Maybe
maybe
Desmond's going to the
let's go
bathroom.
to the bathroom.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. It's such a weird it's such a weird. I feel like it activates like a mental tick in my head
Yeah,
it's like when you when you balance something precarious just right,
yeah,
and it's just kind of working, and any one hair on either side, it just completely falls apart.
yeah,
And that's how I feel about the show. Like it's I could be completely done with thinking about it, except for it's balancing on this slight edge,
yeah,
and I'm just mesmerized by how that's working.
yeah, definitely, definitely. Because yeah, I mean, there's so many good shows out there that do a lot of cool things, but I do think there aren't other shows that do this particular thing so thoroughly.
Yeah, I watch a lot of shows that I never have to think about, and
I
they're good
know.
shows, and
It's
I
so
I
much
watch
easier.
it. I'm really engaged. I can't wait for the next
Oh
episode.
yeah.
I'm engaged and I'm watching it.
Oh
It's the
yeah.
best thing ever, and I never have to think about it once it's over.
Yeah. Totally, totally. And I mean, I think so like on a pure like experience of watching the episode like aesthetic level, I guess, I
Hmm.
feel like I like Twin Peaks more than I do Lost because the visual presentation, the music, some of the ideas and the way they're presented are just more appealing to me than anything Lost could ever do. Like I
Hmm.
always felt like their dream sequences were kind of lacking in like imagination and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, but and I do think about Twin Peaks sometimes. But it just isn't nearly. It just doesn't occupy the same amount of brain space because it's just a lot more contained. It isn't trying to do something so big, and it doesn't gnaw at me in the same way.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I'm more obsessed with Lost, even though in a way I don't. And I used to always say I don't like it as much, but I don't know if that's true because how can I say that at this point? It's just ridiculous of me to even claim that. It almost feels Lost-esque for me to claim. I
Yeah.
don't even. Lost isn't even my favorite show. you
That's
know?
how you know, yeah, it's your favorite show if you're really not that into it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like no, it was good, and I had a lot of fun talking about it. But there are other shows that are better, right? I
Yeah.
mean, acting, writing, all these other things, and it's like,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, but Lost has this thing that none of those other shows have.
Yeah.
And it's hard to exactly say what it is, but I think we've been circling around it.
Yeah, we've been describing the elements of the thing.
Yeah,
And I think that's as close as we can get. It's like what's a black hole? Well, we can
yeah,
describe its properties. I can't tell you what it is, but I can
exactly.
describe the properties of it and paint the picture. But it's
Yeah,
this thing.
yeah. It's hard to kind of sum up, but yeah, it's definitely something that has never bothered me before about, and this includes other movies,
Hmm.
books, any other kind of narrative medium. Like I've never really seen anything like this.
Yeah, it's really weird.
And yeah, I had no idea that's what I was getting on board for when I started. I mean, it was just like it's a guy rescuing people from a plane crash. It's just a fun action adventure mystery. Like
Hmm.
it'll be cool, and then I'll move on with my life.
And that's the thing. You can have that experience.
Totally, totally. I think a lot
I'm
of people did.
Yes,
Like that
exactly.
was
It was
it
a
for them.
fun ride. They got on, they got off.
And I think a lot of those people might have ended up angry because it doesn't deliver satisfaction on some of those levels at the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because of what the show's sort of really about, quote unquote, like it
Hmm.
doesn't deliver some of those things that you would want normally from a standard.
Oh wow. I just realized something, talking about lessons from the show and these meta properties of watching it and commenting on life. So if the show wasn't about the answers or the questions or the mysteries, but it was about the characters,
Mm-hmm.
then on the meta level, the next level up, what does that mean that life is about? That means that life is about people.
Life's about the people. Yeah,
Wow.
definitely.
That's an interesting point to make.
It is an interesting point to make.
So it's not about what's the meaning of life. It's saying the meaning of life is people. The meaning
Yeah.
of life is to form those connections like the
Yeah.
Losties
The
did,
connections we have, yeah.
and create your own Flash Sideways
Bonds we
did.
form. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
not get caught up in the surroundings and the
Yeah.
sort of plot
The
of life
strangeness and
itself.
explaining the unknowable and needing purpose and all these other things.
Because you can get caught up in that, and you
Totally.
can get
And people do.
answers, and you can make choices about what things mean and how you
Mhm.
interpret them. But it doesn't mean you're going to be right. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean you're going to be fulfilled.
Yeah, exactly. And really, in the end, you're not going to get all the answers you want.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. And I feel like that's really, true.
And you'll have a better time investing in people. You'll spend
Yeah,
that time more
totally.
wisely, like Rosa Bernard, investing in
Hmm.
people.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be a more fulfilling life if you spend it that way, or if you at least make that your priority.
Why did we just solve the show? Why did we just figure out the whole point?
It's crazy.
It took 9 years.
It did. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that sneaks up on you, even though it's right there on the surface.
Yeah. Maybe, a literary critic or a great expert storyteller could go, of course that's what it's about, guys.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Right.
No, it took us
And
9
yet, I mean, I don't know. In the discussions I saw, I didn't really see anyone interpreting it that way.
Yeah.
Not that I read everything ever to be written about it, but I
And
definitely
maybe a literary critic didn't do their job right, or we
right.
didn't see their comment, but
Sure.
someone who analyzes things could have been like, well, of course that's what they meant. That's obvious, but it's like, yeah, it didn't seem obvious all these many years and discussions.
Definitely not.
Because I mean, yeah, who's you don't look at The Walking Dead and go, okay, well, what does that mean that life is about?
Right. Yeah. No, I don't think. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe sort of, basic human nature in the absence of civilization. Like you can kind of draw, but yeah, that isn't really a huge portion of what life is about. I think it's a part of it.
Yeah, and it doesn't give you any idea of a mode of operation through life. It just says that if you're in this situation, it's about this stuff.
And the reality is basically almost. I mean, I won't go this far, but the majority of people in the world live in civilization. So, I mean, it's an interesting question. It's something that has been, exploited, and like I said, there is some of that in Lost too. Lord of the Flies or whatever. Like it's an idea that's, definitely it's sort of like what is the animal that is a human, removed of this stuff that he's built for himself.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but it's definitely like far from the whole story.
Yeah.
And I agree. Like I would never, or Homeland, or
Yeah, I'm thinking 6 Feet Under or like any show.
I can't even imagine looking to it and trying to see what it's telling me about life or how I should live my life, or it's kind of, yeah, it just wouldn't enter my mind. Twin Peaks I'll throw in there too.
Yeah. Or like X-Files. Now that there's aliens, what does that mean I should do about life?
Yeah. I mean, there is something Locke-esque about Mulder's quest, I think, but it's just not that. It's not that all-encompassing. It's very focused on that. And the thing is, because of what I said earlier about how concrete they can be, not about answers, but about sort of showing you things, I think the viewer knows from early on that his quest is, on the right track.
Yeah.
And in a way, he's going to be vindicated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where he really parts from Locke.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted, was like Locke to be on the right track.
Exactly.
At any point.
And the whole point is he's not.
Yeah.
And he just shouldn't have.
The point is he's not the kind of person that can be on the right track, because even if he is on the right track, it's only right in that he decides that it's right.
Right.
And he decides to get fulfillment out of the conclusion to that.
Right.
And that's up that, there's always the external forces, but it's up to him to decide that, right? It's almost saying, it's up to you to decide if to be happy,
Right. Right.
You can have the house and money and whatever you want and still be unhappy. And it's like, well, you can decide to be happy. You can decide that what you have is what you want.
Yeah.
Not always looking for some external version of that. And it's just, you don't watch a show looking for the metaphors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
And that it's helpful to understand the show trying to do that, or trying to find them. I think that's the thing, is like,
right.
The metaphors are the key to understanding the show, because the show has the metaphors because it needs them to prove the point that it's trying to prove.
Right. Right. So yeah, I do think in a way to watch Lost, I don't know if correctly is the right word, but sort of in the ideal way, I think, in terms of what they want.
Clearly, yeah.
In terms of what they intended, the first time you watch it, I think you should invest in the mysteries as though they're going to find out answers.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of the way. I mean, you don't have to do that, but I do feel like that's kind of a step they want you to take.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can look back later and kind of read in what your engagement with the show based on the way you watched it the first time.
Yeah.
And I guess that level thing is also part of why it holds up when you watch it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember people at the end of the show, a lot of podcasters, a lot of people disillusioned with the ending, saying they couldn't rewatch it because they were so disappointed with the answers. And, I think that is, it's kind of something they envisioned.
Yeah.
Just well, that wasn't what I wanted.
It's a weird thing to say, okay, you watched the show, you were disappointed by the outcomes. Now the point is okay, well, go back and watch it and ask if you should have even considered those outcomes to begin with.
Yeah.
It's that whole thing of, we didn't say it was that.
Right.
Who said it was that?
Exactly.
And it's just kind of maybe you're the one who put more emphasis on it than.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yeah, we led you to, we led the horse to water,
mm-hmm.
but you're the one who decided to drink.
Right.
You should ask yourself why you're even thirsty to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, we did run you in the field all day, and we did, not give you any water, and we did bring you to a luscious oasis.
Man, this metaphor.
You're a horse this whole time.
Wow, that explains a lot.
Yeah. No, the whole, I'm sorry, the premise is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Right.
Sorry. That's the premise, if I wasn't clear.
Yeah.
But I mean, so you can do all that, but yeah, the show is you should really consider why you thought to drink in the first place.
Yeah.
That's the meaning of life right there.
Yeah.
The meaning of life isn't whether or not you drank or whether or not the water was refreshing.
Yeah.
Right? The meaning of life is, why did you even want to drink, and what did you expect to get out of that drink?
Right.
It's really, it's really weird.
And so I guess maybe ideal engagement is the wrong word. That's sort of the Lockean way to engage. And I guess I feel like that's maybe the one with the most legs, if you will.
As entertainers, they obviously want that. As just entertainment, that's the best. If you're engaged and you think the crazier thing you think can happen, I think the probably more engaged you are. So I mean, they want that on just a level of storytelling, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Because they do want to engage an audience in a normal way.
Yeah.
In addition to this other thing. But yeah, it is possible, and I think there are definitely those out there who, you know, sort of engaged in it in a much more distant way, and we're just willing to either we're just fine with the end, uh, or we're dissatisfied and done with the show completely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yeah, there are a lot of them out there. Um, but yeah, I think it deserves being rethought and kind of reconsidered, and you can still not like it in the end, but it's worth understanding,
Yeah.
you know, why exactly you didn't like it.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of what they were trying to do and what you didn't like about what they tried to do, not sort of what you thought they tried to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot. There's an extra layer there to go back to that other shows don't have. Yeah, I'm thinking of like another like Dexter. Could you imagine if it was like
Oh, it's laughable.
it's literally laughable.
It's
But
yeah.
the idea that okay, we didn't like how Dexter ended and how most of the
Oh,
last seasons went. But
horrible.
could you imagine if like but okay, but that's the point. Now go back and watch Dexter
Right.
and then really see what it's really about
Right.
and that the reason you might not have liked it is part of why it's even on,
Right.
why there's even a story there.
Right.
And that's such a weird concept you can't even imagine to be true.
It just doesn't work with Dexter at all.
Yeah.
It's bad because it was bad. Like it isn't bad for more complicated reasons.
Yeah, it's not bad because it gave you more options on how to view it.
Right.
And the giving of the more options is a metaphor about life.
Right. Exactly.
That's what's weird.
No, it wasn't that at all. I don't think.
Oh,
I mean, it's about Dexter. I don't think there are life lessons there.
yeah.
It's very specific, and they kept saying the same thing about him over and over again, and in the end, it was that thing again. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like you need to see 2 seasons of Dexter, the first one and the
Yeah,
last one.
yeah, yeah. That would be more than enough.
Yeah.
It's definitely not essential. All the stuff that happens in between, but in a way, like even if you watch the first and the second season, I think you can get the point
Yeah.
of the show. Even just the first season is almost enough. I mean, it's
I was thinking set the last one so that you could get Deb finding out.
sure. You get
Besides that, yeah, it kind of doesn't really matter. But yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that was like satisfying in the moment.
Oh, so like when he gets it was a season 1 when he's almost getting caught, but as a Bay Harbor butcher, but then he doesn't. Is that
Yeah,
season 1?
that's season 2. That's
And
season 2.
season 2.
Season 1's Ice Truck Killer.
Oh, that's what I mean. Ice Truck Killer. Yeah. Where he gets off and not caught. Is that the one? What's the one? Is it season 2 where they find? I'm getting really confused.
Season 2's the one where they find all the bodies.
Yeah.
Dokes finds out about him, and
Yeah.
Lila.
That tells you what you need to know about the show. That he wasn't going to get caught. Like
Yeah, totally.
it wasn't about him getting caught and serving a penance
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, that was already there.
Spoiler alert.
It's just rinse repeat for the rest of the show. Spoiler alert, big time. But but hey, go ahead and watch it if you want to waste your time.
Yeah, if you want to get time waste, Dexter's a really bad one.
Oh man, yeah. The show had some good moments, but man, they really the last 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Which is just
More
way
than
too much.
half of the show.
Way too much. And even parts of the first 4, but
Yeah.
the last good moment is when Rita dies. Spoiler alert.
Yep.
I think that was the last time where it felt like the show might matter.
Mhm.
And
Yeah. When you thought, okay, well now he'll be different.
yeah, and after that it was a tease, and even Deb finding out really doesn't come to as much as I wish it had or I wanted it to.
No.
It kind of just gets swept up
Deb,
into the usual.
spoiler alert, Deb was in love with him, and that barely
Oh
mattered.
yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that didn't matter
That
too
barely
much either.
mattered. Yikes, what a show. Let's
Yeah.
stop talking about that.
Yeah, it's not. That's why we're not doing the Dexter podcast.
That's why we haven't spent 9 years talking about Dexter.
Exactly. Yeah, what do we do? Like 3 or 4 Dexter podcasts? That's probably even more than we needed to.
Yeah. Yikes. All right, well, let's get into the episode then. We had this long preamble. I think it was due big 150, getting some of our
general
what is it called? Reflections on how far we've come with the commentary series and sort of post Lost era stuff. It's been so long at this point since the show's even been off that it's hard for me to remember what I thought about the show back when it just ended.
Mm-hmm.
It's changed a lot.
Oh, big time, yeah.
But yeah, I definitely didn't see the forest for the trees. I didn't see the sort of bigger picture, which I'm glad it's interesting because it totally could have been like, wow, they're doing this other thing and that's boring.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It could have gone that way. It definitely could have taken a Dexter turn, where we realize what the show's about and it's just like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, what a waste of time. Mm-hmm. I knew that years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's not news.
Well, I'm interested to see where our collective thoughts are by the next 50.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, definitely. Because, like, I would say, I mean, you could say this about many points in the show, but, I mean, I definitely think going into the end of season 3 and, in a way with this episode, we're going into the end part of the show.
Yeah, no, this is like, I consider this like the top of the roller coaster,
Yeah.
And we're getting up to that peak, and then it's just gonna drop, and the show's just kind of like free falling until the end.
Yeah.
Literally till the end.
Yeah. Like, I talked about how, like, Locke's never going to go back to the main camp, for example.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy to even know that. It's not something I would have thought, at this point. But, like, his journey he's on now is kind of, he's going to be doing that for the rest of the show.
He's almost done, as far as Locke proper.
In a sense, yeah, definitely. But, yeah, there's not going to be normalcy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They had kind of status quo.
No more ping pong.
Exactly. Yeah.
No more card playing.
No, they're done with the killing time, like, B plots. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to cover that phase of the show, which is definitely faster paced and also filled with a lot more insanity. Than what we've covered so far, which is already a lot. So yeah, I think these next 50 are going to be interesting. I don't remember it all totally clearly, so
no, me either.
To relive and reconsider.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get into the man behind the curtain.
All right,
everyone, get your players ready if you're going to sync up with us for the man behind the curtain.
All right. I am ready.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Previously on Lost. Does he have a communion? Oh, see, in that line right there, right? That's just Ben's manipulation.
He's being manipulative.
He doesn't think that he concurs with the whole
Absolutely
conceit.
Not. And yet the way they play that, it seems like we're supposed to believe it.
Yeah, they want us to believe it.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's the thing I wouldn't have known before. If like we said about last episode with Ben, right? Like, some of what he's saying is, I mean, we know he's manipulative, so it's not
totally.
A surprise.
It shouldn't be a surprise.
It's a surprise that his manipulations line up with the mystical stuff.
Right, exactly.
He's using that against Locke, and we didn't really realize that. We knew sometimes, obviously, but lines like that, because we want to believe it's true. We want to believe he's special.
Yeah, and that's what Man in Black does too.
Yeah.
Like his manipulations line up with the crazy, and so
Because that's the best way to manipulate Locke.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, were we expecting this?
First of all, I'm thrown that that's Arlene.
Yeah, it's totally Arlene. It's really weird.
Arlene from True Blood.
Arlene dyed her hair.
Yeah. She's like, "Suka, you late for your shift."
Oh man.
All right, so this is the birth of Ben.
Yeah, and so far, like they've told us that, or Ben has told us that he was born on the island. So I think they're trying to sell that here.
Yep. Here's Ben being born on the island, of course.
Yeah.
Although, why wouldn't they be in the medical station?
That's a good point. I mean, who are they? You know, that would be the question I would
true.
have here. Like, how did this happen? And that's when we find out it's not true.
Mm-hmm. Still in Hawaii, though.
Close to Portland, though, paradoxically. But yeah, this is so weird.
All of this is weird.
Like, they just randomly, like, ran into fucking Horace driving.
In life, there are random chances.
Yeah.
There are random coincidences.
It's true.
So they can get away with it.
But you know what? You know what never bothered me before? That's bothering me. They do this all the time. Colin Benjamin, because how else are you gonna know what the fuck baby this is?
Exactly. And it's my dying wish, so you have to do it.
Totally. But why were they out there giving birth? Like, that never bothered me before. But
were they on a hike and she?
Oh, is that what happened?
I guess. I don't know.
Hike when she was like deeply pregnant. Okay.
Well, maybe they were trying to induce. You know, they wanted to get it moving.
Okay.
But it moved too soon.
Okay. Yeah.
You do remember birthday?
God, that line. Like, what is that? He gives this look. Like,
that line is so deep. It just cuts through their entire relationship, and we just don't know how.
Exactly. I don't know what he's alluding to.
Like 20 years of history in that line.
Is he talking about how Richard doesn't age? Is he talking about like their experiences when Ben was younger?
Yeah.
Is he talking about the purge that also happened on his birthday? Like, I don't even know.
Or did he forget his birthday one year and didn't get him a present?
It totally could be that. That is not the actor playing Anthony Cooper. I'm just gonna say.
No, I mean it's a sack of potatoes, obviously.
I hope it was credited.
That's not even half as big as that guy. I guess he's supposed to have his legs folded, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's clearly not anything.
And it's cheating. Like, how does he even know what happened? Like, he even knows the beginning.
I love Michael fucking Emerson.
It's a great face.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of Person of Interest, half because he was there, and he's not Ben, you know, like because Ben gets to have those looks, and those are Michael Emerson.
That was the first thing that really sold me on Ben, was his look when he was locked in the hatch.
Yeah, and the door closed.
And the door closed, yeah.
Yep.
Like, that was a huge moment, and it's just a look.
Just a look.
Why is a look a huge moment? Like, he really sells that. He brings a lot to this thing. Because Ben ultimately is, you know, he doesn't really know that much, and he doesn't have like any crazy powers or anything. He's just kind of a sad, tragic figure in a way that Locke is.
So he's actually talking about this, who he is.
Oh yeah, right.
God, could you imagine if it was that simple?
I know. Oh, okay.
He takes it to the statue. Jacob's like, hey, what's up?
Hey. See, the weird thing about that is that's a lie.
Yep.
But Richard isn't there to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lie, too. And we just learned that that's a lie. Oh, this is so weird. I never suspected that this is all bullshit.
And it sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, it does.
That's what's weird is the way he said, so Jake, he says all this stuff and he says, so Jacob talks to me like he's selling something. And so in summation, I'm trying to convince you of this thing.
And actually, Locke here is kind of right. But he ends up thinking he's wrong.
So Ben just says all this bullshit. He says, well, Jacob is the leader, but he says Jacob talks to him.
Yeah.
Locke says, you're lying.
Yeah.
Oh, so Locke doesn't think that Jacob doesn't talk to Ben. Locke thinks Ben is in charge.
Yeah. He says you're the man behind the curtain. Exactly.
He's basically saying there is no Jacob.
You're the Wizard of Oz is the thing you pretend to be, which is Jacob, and it's really just you. Yeah.
Oh wow. So he's too clever by half.
Yeah. Totally. Totally.
He instead of so he gets it's weird. It's weird. Because he's just wrong. Because Jacob actually does exist.
But he's right in the sense that a lot of the things the others are doing are just Ben's.
Because of Ben. And he's right that Ben is lying, but he's not lying about the thing Locke is thinking he's lying about.
Exactly.
That's what's weird. It's like he's right, but he's wrong.
Yeah, he's sort of accidentally right.
Yeah.
And he even changes his mind later.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, if you're accidentally right, then you don't know how you're right, Right. So you go, oh, I was right because of this. And it's like, no, you're right because it's other things.
Right. Oh, man. So, yeah, this is our first glimpse of Dharma.
Yeah, I remember this was this orientation video.
Yeah. Just seeing him, like, in the grounds of the barracks.
Because we wondered what happened. What was the recruiting like?
Totally. And it's like, oh, it's just this.
Oh, it's so boring.
It's nothing that crazy. Like, we built this up way too much. Oh, we brought up the fence.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's hinting that maybe the fence is... But, of course, that's just him speculating, so it doesn't have to mean anything.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean... Oh, that's actually an interesting point about the fence. Maybe the fence was to keep Dharma in, because not all of these people know what's going on.
That's a good point.
And if they explore the island, if they explore the island, that's bad for some of what Dharma's doing.
Yeah.
And the whole war with the hostiles, they don't always, they don't know that for a while, I think. So yeah, that's actually an interesting point. It could be to keep them in too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of like, yeah.
This is the worst retcon in history, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I feel like they planned on it, but they couldn't have it say Roger Linus.
Yeah.
And so they had to, like, wiggle around that.
It's just like, if it was normal, it would have said janitor.
Yeah. Totally.
And we would have read Roger Janitor. Well, that's not his name.
Mm-hmm.
But because they had to play this hiding game, it just became
Definitely.
A weird thing.
Yeah. See, that's interesting. Sayid is asking about Locke, but Sawyer gets him involved with the more present danger.
Yeah.
And then Sayid's not going to pursue that.
Okay, so this is Mikhail finally running back.
Oh, yeah. There's that answer. Yeah.
Well, he's our new leader.
They let off a flare. He's not gonna say that.
That caught my attention.
Her helo? Is that a thing people
Yeah,
say?
like helicopter.
Gotta love those clicks. I didn't know clicks was spelled with a K. Uh-oh.
What?
Locke's giving orders now. Okay. So there's where Richard
Oh
should pay
yeah.
attention.
Because Richard's like, Biz never talked to Jacob.
Exactly. And that's where it's like, did they ever have a conversation about this? Like, Ben comes back after this. Like, what the fuck does he think happened?
This is such a weird. This is such a crazy story here. This is the Nexus.
Yeah.
Because now Ben has to make up something.
Yeah.
Because he was probably going to handle Locke in a different way if it was just him and Locke one-on-one about his Jacob thing. But now that it's public.
Locke, like, forced him to respond.
Yeah, and then he just beat up the only person that was going to change the plot. So.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about this.
Huh?
And then Alex shows up. That's weird. What is she doing?
Yeah.
What? Are you gonna see Jacob? You're gonna need this? What are you doing, Alex?
What does it even mean? Why would she even think that?
That I have no idea.
Is it? I mean, there's one level where it's like, no one goes to see Jacob. If my father's taking you to go see Jacob, he's gonna kill you.
Right. This is the most straightforward, reasonable thing. So we didn't mention this, but here, this woman here, the teacher, as well as this young lady, Annie, are two great disappearing characters that appear in this episode.
Yeah, I remember there's a lot of conversations about Annie, who Annie grew up to be, and all that stuff.
Annie was a huge deal.
Annie was huge.
Until they never mentioned her again.
And so this is the teacher. So this is that's what's his name's wife.
Yeah, presumably. They kind of retcon it later. I think saying it was his sister or something.
Oh, okay, but it was the woman in the car with him. Okay.
But this woman, refused to come back on the show, and
Samantha Morton.
So they just sort of rewrote the story.
Samantha Mathis, I think.
Samantha Mathis, yeah. Yeah, but she was supposed to come back. But Annie, I don't know. I'm definitely confused about Annie.
Okay, so they're dealing with hostiles. How they got through the fence, I guess, is it someone else's question?
Oh, they kind of talk about. Well, they don't talk about that's not the right word, but there's some reference to that later. Okay. Some lines with Richard and Sawyer in season 5 about like how'd you get past the fence? He's like, we have our ways.
Yeah.
Which that probably means climb over.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could it mean? Or they got intel on the code, or something straightforward.
You were having trouble finding work, so I brought you to this crazy island.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Oh God, man, this is.
What are you gonna do with 30 grand on the island?
That's a very good question. Well, there's a ghost in my window.
Mm-hmm. I can't sleep. My dead mother is outside.
Never a good sign.
Wow, Sawyer.
Oh, they're sharing
Glad
information.
to know.
Yeah, he's been gone.
Probably where Naomi is. Wait, what? Oh, tape.
Tape lock
There's
gate.
like there's like three things going on here.
There's a lot of information to be shared. Why was his hand shaking? Just for the record.
When he's eating mangoes,
Mango's boost
well,
confidence.
he's got a thing, and I wonder if that's a. I mean, it's got to be a writing thing, but I wonder how
And
much
Man
of
in
it.
Blacklock eats mango too.
Yeah, it's a. I don't know if that's an actor choice. When he's in high status, he's like
Yeah,
seeing and doing physical things like that.
yeah,
And when he's low status, he's throwing dishes, which is like the opposite of,
right,
it's a weird, interesting
right.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was trying to analyze every line Ben was saying in that scene about
yeah.
Jacob, and
Jacob's gonna be
I was
angry.
replacing Jacob with Man in Black and trying to see if it made sense if Man in Black has just been fooling, like he has been to see him once.
Yeah, so
He
there are
knows he's
people
gonna
who
be angry.
say that, and I think there is some evidence to suggest that that's true. Um, for example, his mother appearing to him, but it's never confirmed, and I just wonder. I wonder about Richard and all that.
So I would say the only reason for Man in Black to appear to Jacob is to give, I'm sorry, to appear to Ben, even as Jacob, would be to get Ben to do something. And
Right.
the only things that he would want to do is to kill somebody. That's all he wants. He wants
Yeah.
nobody on the island, especially Jacob, so he can leave.
Right. Right.
So if there's a way that appearing to Ben in the past makes that make sense, what have the others done?
Mm-hmm.
So the purge, obviously,
The
right,
Purge, for example. Yeah.
was the first big thing.
True. But I think the thing I can't get over with that is if he comes back and says like, I mean, if it's not just something he does himself, if it's something he tries to get the others to do,
Hmm.
then Richard's going to hear that, right? And he knows that Ben isn't talking to Jacob, right?
Hmm.
So how does he just let it go? Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing I don't understand. That's the thing I'm stuck on as far as Ben like taking orders from. Because some of that stuff could work. I think him summoning the idea of him summoning the smoke monster, the whole cabin thing, his mother appearing to him. I mean, I think it could work, and yet I don't quite see how.
Good.
They introduced the bunny again, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I just had a pet bunny. So now we get the whispers.
Oh, the whispers. Oh, that's weird. So, like, here's like a really Man in Black feeling
Hmm.
scene here. Like, he does this later on in the show. Like, stand on the other side of the fence like this.
But the whispers are the dead people, right?
True. But sometimes they appear when the smoke monster appears, and
Mhm.
sometimes it's the others, and sometimes it's just other stuff. The whispers are weirdly inconsistent, I would say.
Hmm. Yeah.
But you see, it seems like his mom is leading him, you know, is saying, like, you're supposed to come out here, but not yet. So it kind of feels like the Man in Black is drawing him to the others.
Hmm.
Oh, it's the ash. Oh man. They're just gonna toss this in with no explanation. Maybe if I sniff it, it'll make sense.
Sniff,
That's
sniff.
it. That's the ash for
That's
this
the ash.
episode. They just leave that there for you. There's a
Huh?
rescuer here.
This is one of those group meetings they almost never have.
Yeah, yeah. They.
Maybe they swapped his brain out. Sawyer, you're gonna end up with her. What?
Uh, uh, uh. Yeah.
Just in time for the tension to heighten.
Yep.
That will erase it.
And then the tape recorder will blow up and kill
Then
you.
it'll blow up, giving me a diversion, and I'll escape. I'm a double agent, yo.
Yeah.
And I get to make all the decisions.
I'm the decider.
I'm the decider. That's why.
We
Well,
kind
that was a
of just
weird.
did that.
That was a weird.
Yeah. The sound, the like
Yeah. It's like
outro.
the
Yeah.
tuba fart.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a weird noise to close
I
it.
don't think I've heard that one before.
Yeah.
It's a little comical.
It is. It is.
What?
Oh yeah. How did he get the code, by the way?
Good question.
I don't think that bothered me before.
And why do you have to do that? Didn't you just turn it off?
I know, but he wants to make sure, so the buddy's the sacrifice. Just in case it didn't work. God, that buddy is creepy
Those
looking.
eyes, just I can't deal.
It's
with red
scary.
eyes. Yeah.
And he's gonna carry him in the back so we don't have to show the bunny the whole time.
Yeah, the bunny wrangler says you can only have this bunny for
Yep.
this many shots, and
That's
then
it.
we gotta save it.
You can pretend it's in this bag, but you're not gonna see it.
It's not in the bag.
It's so not in the bag.
If it was in the bag, it couldn't breathe.
Exactly.
It's weird, like this juxtaposed with the previous scene made it seem like all he needed to do was get the combination, get the code first. Like,
Yeah.
but why would she say it's not time? It's not time because you don't know how to.
Yeah,
off
that's a
yet.
weird thing to say. Like, or did he just decide he was gonna make it the time?
Because that made it seem like he should have known that it could have killed him,
Right.
and he didn't care.
Yeah.
It's weird. That I don't even know what to think of that. And
It
then
is
this.
really weird. Oh man, this is classic Richard. Richard in the weird clothes and hair
Yeah.
that he'll never have again. But this is just 70s Richard.
Yeah.
He's not young, guys. He's not young. No matter what I thought. I think this should be a thing for Richard too.
Like, yeah, I think it should be at a certain point. I want to see. Okay, now it should be a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
It instantly should be like you
Yeah.
thought she's dead and now you saw her and it's the Man in Black.
Yeah. Yeah, because he knows about that. This should be a red flag. Like, if the Man in Black is messing around here, like, you need to beware of this band. But I
Because
think
the story the writers already told is that you don't join the others
until
until
you're
you're
an
older.
adult, so
So you're gonna have to wait.
yeah. Um, yeah, it's weird because that whole thing. It seems like he's willing to just let him go back, but because Ben wants to join him, he's like willing to consider it.
I almost got the sense he thought it might happen for some other reason.
Oh.
Like not necessarily a time travel reason, but like he's like, well, if that entity said you join us at some point, then it'll happen.
So there's that line. I don't know. I mean, I guess Ben's a good liar, but it's kind of like Serial, you know, the random lies. It's hard to understand.
I think he wanted it spookier. I think the show
That's the
wanted
point,
it spookier.
atmosphere.
I think the show wanted the atmosphere, and I think Ben wanted less light so he could do whatever he's planning to do. I'm going to this thinking this is a complete ruse. Ben is bullshitting, and he's going to put on a show
Mm-hmm.
somehow, and he doesn't even know yet. Look at that face. He doesn't know yet. That's why he's stalling. See? He's stalling.
You're right.
That's why he was saying he'd be really mad, because you don't want to go see somebody who's going to be really mad, you know?
But what does he think about the cabin? What does he think about the ash circle? Like, what, you know, like, what are his ideas?
Jacob, are you decent?
Put your pants on, Jacob.
Jacob, if you don't have any pants on, you need to put the pants on, because we've had company. I'm going to this thinking he's been to this old cabin. It's been here since he was a kid. This is Horace's old cabin. This is nothing. This is Horace's old cabin. I don't know why the ash is there. But
What about that dog painting? What about those jars?
Yeah, good question.
What does it mean?
Yeah, this is BS.
But what a weird coincidence.
Ben should know that Jacob can't see him if it's a fact that no one can see him but Ben.
Right.
Ben has to be playing a ruse. That's the only reason to say that you can't see him. I think that's the only reason.
Right.
If it's true that Jacob is not visible to everybody, then Ben should know that. He shouldn't be surprised Locke can't see him.
True.
And if it's a ruse, this is the kind of ruse you want to do. Oh, you want to see him? Here he is. Oh, you can't see him? Oh, too bad for you. Guess I'm
right. Right.
And it's just great for the audience because we're looking at it from this level of Locke saying,
yeah,
oh, he's insane.
Yeah,
he thinks somebody is there.
For a second, you really consider that he is completely insane.
Yeah.
And he actually thinks there's something there, and there's not.
Yeah, this is the two questions.
Yeah.
Are you lying or are you deluded?
And here's the thing, there is someone there.
Someone isn't there yet, but someone will be there. I don't think
mean,
Ben Black is sitting there yet, but I think he shows up at the end of the scene.
he's gonna be there pretty soon.
Yeah. I don't think he was sitting there while Ben was talking to the chick.
Okay.
Because I don't think Ben was talking to anybody.
Right. I agree he wasn't talking to anybody, but is he sitting there the whole time or
Yeah.
okay. He's there now.
By the way, the captions tell you whose voice that was.
Yeah, they did.
It's interesting. Jacob.
And Ben doesn't hear it. It's like crazy.
Yeah. And this is the exact flip side, right? The exact flip of how the thing started with Ben pretending he could see.
So he's there now.
Hey, by the way, here's the telekinesis.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
But we didn't know. We didn't know.
No, I didn't even realize that, yeah.
And see, that's what really gets me. Ben plays along.
Uh-huh.
You know, this stuff's there's the eye, the famous eye. I have to talk about that eye later, so I just want to note it. The eye of Jacob, if you will. And there's also the guy in the chair, the prop master, but the eye is really the thing for me. But like Ben like rolls with it and goes to the chair and he's like, "You've had your fun." Like, wow. That's committing to your lie. And that's the part that makes me think he knows there's something up with this cabin. Even if he doesn't think he's meeting with Jacob there or anything's going to happen there. Like, he doesn't seem freaked out enough to me. Like, he's just going to roll with it.
I think that's Ben, though.
I guess that is Ben.
See, he's got to maintain power. First of all, if that was Jake, or if that was Man in Black, if that was the way it presented itself, that Ben really knew, then why didn't he hear it?
But I feel like now Ben thinks that Jacob really wasn't there.
I think Ben is completely confused about what happened, and now he's trying to, he wants to hear what Locke heard.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time that's ever happened.
Oh, really?
It's on this island.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm young. You can tell by my hair.
Ah.
And the glasses, too. They connect with the younger him.
Yeah.
I guess he wears contacts at his old age? Or did his vision get healed by the island? Or
the island healed his cataracts.
Yeah. Oh, these Annie.
Oh, Annie.
Oh, Annie. Oh, Annie.
You totally don't matter at all.
No.
I'll put you in my rabbit bag.
Just spend too much time worried about Annie. Yeah, she's in the rabbit bag just like the rabbit is.
Still, like 20 years later, rabbit's still in that bag.
Exactly.
It's just a carcass. Ben, you have to feed that rabbit.
See, if we're thinking, I guess we can figure out that he's going to end up dead in this thing.
Yeah.
'Cause they're setting it all up.
And here's the beer. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the beer, exactly. This is kind of crazy. This is something I didn't really think about before, the idea that the purge happens on Ben's birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday. Here's
that's
a
really
present.
Weird.
See, it's weird that he said that, even though that's what he was planning to do, I think, because they end up on a mesa with the beer.
Right.
So it's weird that they were basically telling us what Roger ends up doing, or where the car ends up going, but that shouldn't have been his plan before Ben says this. It's
Right.
really weird. Oh no, okay, I guess that wasn't his plan. And okay, no, I think it makes sense. It wasn't his plan. He was going somewhere else with the beer.
Yeah.
He's like, hey,
Delivery or something.
yeah, we'll drive up to the Mesa, and then this is where he'll end
Yeah.
up.
A part of me really likes this like total corrupting of this symbol of hope.
What do you mean?
Like this thing that like meant, Hurley's like
Oh, that
sense of,
fun moment getting ruined by this.
yeah, the fact that it's actually the site of like a murder that was a prelude to a mass murder, and
Yeah.
like it's even
Yeah.
a killing of his own father. It's like it's really intense. Juxtaposition.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew there was a
But
dead
that's what
guy in there, but we didn't know why.
That's what we talked about before, that if you saw the show in chronological order, you would place different meaning interpretations on things.
Yeah.
Because if you saw this scene first, and then when Hurley finds the van, it's not a happy, fun moment just because he gets it started.
Yeah.
It's like, this is, that was Ben's dad. You just can't clonk the beer can on.
I know. Bottoms up. You're gonna meet him later.
Oh, Jesus. You're going to meet him later. You're going to meet that corpse.
Yeah.
Wow.
Insane. And this is like a very confusing and yet very lost presentation here, where he does this in the van, and then the purge happens simultaneously, also with gas, but in a different way.
Yeah.
It's like unnecessarily
I think
confusing.
part of it is Ben had an easy way to kill him, but I think it was also it might have been good for the retcon of the death that it was
Right.
Not something, his head wasn't chopped off.
Right.
There's
They
no
could see some
visible
obvious like bullet wound or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good point. It needs to be but I feel like that transition is confusing.
It made it seem like he walked from the Mesa down here with the mask on the whole time.
Yeah.
Because of the gas, which might have been true, but I just can't imagine it was that much gas.
Yeah. And yet, I think it was.
I mean, could have only been in this area. I mean, the island's huge.
I feel like the gas. I feel like they try to tell us in season 4. Of course, we don't know if it's true or not. That the gas kills everyone on the island.
Well, you talking about the station thing?
Yeah,
that was if that thing exploded.
The Tempest.
Oh, that was. Yeah, you're right. That was supposed to. But I thought we saw.
Factory.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
So they say. I mean, I don't know either, but like that's presented. And like the only reason they live is because they.
And it only kills humans. It doesn't kill any other animals.
Well. That part's a little suspect. This is a big.
Not wearing shoes, by the way.
Of course not. That's for later.
He's wearing a watch, though. Why is he wearing?
What the fuck? Why is he wearing a watch?
A gold Rolex.
Did he forget to take his watch off? That is really weird.
That's a really weird moment.
Clashes with the costume, like.
That's a whole problem with the whole idea of the hospital and others.
I feel like that's he forgot to take it off.
But when is he even wearing that normally?
What?
When is he even normally wearing a watch?
I just imagine the actor is wearing it.
Oh,
and he just forgot to take it off.
But you would think, I mean, they're filming all day, like.
Yeah, you would hope someone would notice. But I know there was a scene in season 6 where the guy playing Desmond forgot to take off his wedding ring.
Yeah, but that's different though. I mean, it's similar.
I agree, it's different and it's easier to not notice, but I'm just throwing it out there because it's weird.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't have a better explanation. Like, he stole it from a dead Dharma Initiative member. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, see, I think Ben. Yeah, that's we'll talk about it at the end. But I think I have a good idea, at least for this episode up until this point, what I think happened with Ben's perspective on this Jacob thing.
Okay.
Because he's saying it right now.
Right.
He's basically saying, like, I'm going to kill you, John.
Right.
And John is too stupid to. He's got his back turned to Ben.
Yep.
That's the worst mistake you could make.
He realized, like,
Yeah, it's too
half a
late.
second before.
He was too late.
I can't believe he's even going to tell him.
That's exactly what Locke's problem is. He's even going to tell him. This is exactly what he does when he kills John for real.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, you're totally right. This is kind of take one of that scene.
It totally is. Locke fell for it twice.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow. That's so weird. It's like a truck horn.
It is.
All
All right.
Wow.
So, yeah, so all that happened. No, explain Ben to me. I'm curious what you think, because I have some, like...
To me, it's super simple.
Oh, good.
It's super simple, and see if you can poke any holes in it. But so basically, what I think happened is Locke came to Ben and said, "Listen, I'm tired of your games. You said if I killed my dad, you would tell me everything I wanted to know about the island. Okay, so it's a game of poker, right? They're playing a game of poker.
Yeah.
And Ben says, "Fine, okay, yeah, I'll play that game. I'll kill your dad. I'll tell you what you want to know about the island." Locke goes and he cheats, gets his dad killed, but he comes back and he says, "Okay, now listen, I did my part. I killed my dad. Now you tell me the secrets." Now, Ben didn't expect Locke to be able to call his bluff because he read Locke's file.
Right.
He knew Locke was never going to be able to kill his dad, so he never had to pay that claim.
Right.
But Locke cheated, got Sawyer to do it, and
With
which is
Richard's
something-
help, incidentally.
Huh?
With Richard's help.
With Richard's help, exactly, yeah. Which Ben didn't calculate for those variables. Okay,
Right.
so
Forgot about the variables.
variables. It's the variables, not the constants. Constants are easy. See, yeah, Locke is the constant, but the variables, yeah. Okay, so Ben's like, okay, crap. Now I promised that he would want to. I promised him to take him see. I'm sorry. He says, okay, now I have to pay this claim. I have to tell him everything, but I can't tell him everything because I don't know everything.
Right.
So he says, okay, we follow Jacob. I'm going to tell him, listen, Jacob is the one who has all the answers. I can't give you the answers because Jacob is the one. He's my boss. I can't give you change for $1. I got to ask my boss.
Right.
It's Mr. Show, change for $1. So he basically puts up another barrier and says, okay, I can't do it. It's a scene where they're in Ben's tent.
Mm-hmm.
But Locke tries to see through. He tries to be smart, and he says, no. I think you're lying. I think this Jacob person is somebody you're making up so that you don't have to take responsibility for paying this claim of tell me what I want to know. You're the man behind the curtain.
Right.
Jacob is the Wizard of Oz. You're the man behind the curtain.
Right.
And I think Ben was going to try to handle Locke one-on-one and try to avoid having to basically give Locke what he said he was going to do because he can't pay it up. Now, when Locke is outside the tent and Mikhail comes in and Locke proclaims to everybody, Ben is taking me to see Jacob. Now the situation is out of Ben's control, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's forced into a corner because of my people, because of the big, he's got to maintain command.
Right.
He's got to now at least pretend to take Locke to see Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what does that mean? Well, Ben's like, okay, I got to take him somewhere. I gotta put on a show. I gotta do something. And meanwhile, like, I also have to make it where Locke is not important, where I'm the one Jacob talks to. That was his point. I'm the one who's special. I'm the one who's in control, right? So I think he came up with a plan. I'll take him to Horace's old cabin because it's really creepy and weird, and I will pretend to talk to no one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I should say I will talk to no one for talking to Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
And that was going as planned. So so he was gonna play out the whole scene of like, hey Jacob, oh what, just talking out loud, and he was gonna basically tell Locke that Jacob was saying whatever Ben wanted to tell Locke himself, basically. You're not important, Locke. Ben's important. He's my go-to guy. Now get out of here, you scamps. Whatever Ben was going to do to maintain control, in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But pretend it's coming from Jacob, right?
Yeah.
But Man in Black shows up. He says, help me, which I think is just get off the island, help me in whatever my goal is. And
I got to come back to that later, but yeah, go ahead.
And then and that's the moment it changes for Ben, right? So it's a classic law storytelling technique that they do a lot. They're experts at this, where they frame a scene one way, and then there's an inflection point where it completely changes to the opposite, right? So at the beginning of the scene, Ben is there, knows he's not talking to anybody. Locke is there, thinking for a second Ben is talking to somebody, and then says, oh no, you're just crazy. And at the point at which he thinks it's just crazy, it flips, and the thing that wasn't true, that there was somebody there, becomes true. There is somebody there. They flip Ben's perspective. Now there's somebody there Ben didn't expect to see, which I'll get to later. And because nobody was there before, because he was making it all up. And then Locke is now convinced something is there, right? They just completely flip all the elements for the scene, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the show, that's what a mind-blowing moment is, right? When everything is flipped on its head.
Right.
And so they leave the cabin. Ben says, what did he say? Because I didn't hear him. Right. Which means that the thing I was saying before couldn't have been true. If I was hearing Jacob this entire time, why wouldn't I be able to hear him now?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could say, and we've said before in the early days of, well, he just wanted to talk just to Locke. Because now that Locke is there, he needs something.
Locke wasn't hearing Jacob when he was talking to Ben, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. And then he said something to Locke that Ben couldn't hear.
Yeah.
You could go that way.
Which you could totally go that way. I think it makes more sense that nobody was there before, and then somebody shows up and starts talking. Mm-hmm. Because we know from other scenes and the rest of the show that we've never seen that happen before, where like selective audio is happening. Some people are hearing other people and they're not, like that. We haven't seen that with Jacob before, right?
Yeah.
Or in other scenes. So I think once they leave the cabin and Ben's like, that was Jacob. So he's continuing his ruse, right? That was the best thing that Ben could have hoped for, that the thing he made up actually happened, because it proved this point, right? That Jacob is real. I talked to Jacob, and he was mad, like I said he would be mad.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore you should fear him and deal with me directly.
Yeah.
Don't try to go above my head, right? And it's at that moment after that he realizes, and when he realizes that he's got to kill Locke, which is what he does exactly. He's like, we're going back to the camp. No, why does
he have to kill Locke?
He's got to kill Locke because Man in Black showed up and talked to Locke. I mean, he thinks it's Jacob, right?
Yeah.
I think Ben's like, oh
Okay,
God,
that's what I want to clarify.
I was
Okay.
pretending that I could hear Jacob or ever talk to
But you
Jacob.
really
So,
heard.
wow, so now you're even a bigger threat. I already thought you were a threat. I have been trying to delegitimize you to my people, to take you off of this path of taking over this entire time. And now the person who I just made up actually came up and talked to you. Now you're even a bigger threat. So I got to kill you now. Because I think if he was a bigger threat before, he could have taken him to the purge site and killed him immediately if that's really what he wanted. I think in a way I think he doesn't want Locke dead until a certain point where he's like, I've just got to kill him.
Right.
Right. So I think I went through all the different points. Did that make sense?
Yeah. And yeah, before I respond, I just want to say, I think you're right.
Good. Then there's nothing else to say.
Just to clarify, I really don't disagree at all. I think that's the correct. I mean, that's the way I see it too. Pretty much. There are just some things that bother me nonetheless.
Okay, let's try to put them in order.
So, yeah, I'm trying to
sort them as the Brits.
I'm trying to figure out like where exactly to start here. One thing here's something that can probably be quick, but it's just something that bothers me.
Okay.
The help me thing.
Yes.
I think your interpretation is correct. Essentially, it's Man in Black saying help me with what I want you to do for me.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, I think that works. But I think the thing that bothers me is that there's no follow up on that. Locke never talks about it again. Ben never worries about. At the end of this episode, he seems very concerned to find out what Jacob said. But he never sort of talks about that again. There's never this like, remember Jacob said help me, so blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted the follow up to that. This is, and in a way, I guess that's what Locke's doing. Going into season 4. When he's pursuing the cabin again and stuff like that. But I sort of always wished there, like Christian had said something, or there was some kind of explicit follow-up, like that's why I said help me, because you were meant to,
like when Christian is sending Locke to turn the wheel and go round up the Lofties to bring them back, like thanks for the help.
Yeah exactly yeah, like I would like, or even Man in Black mocking it, I would just sort of like some kind of follow-up on that, because I always felt like it felt at the time like that was a start of a big story, and in a sense it is, and yet explicitly it's sort of as though that never happened later on.
It reminds me of the mess Star Wars. Help me, Obi-Wan, come and help me, my only hope. It just that kind of inciting incident of starting some story. I think and again I think we talked before about how when we first see things, when they're presented with new things, they're presented in this broken way. Like it's not the default version. It's this altered version, and that's why you can't piece together how it fits in or makes sense, because you can't really see what it looked like before, because you don't have that origin point, because it's already deformed. And so you see that with the cabin, and you see that with Jacob / Man in Black, who's ever in this cabin at this point. Like we're not seeing it normal.
Right.
We're seeing it when Ben comes there, maybe for the first time, maybe not. We're seeing it when Locke is there for the first. We're seeing it in this with these other variables twisted, not in like, well, what was it like? So if Ben had been there before, if he does talk to Jacob all the time, what is it normally like? Right. We didn't see that. Definitely. If it's Man in Black there all the time and convincing, pretending to Ben that he's Jacob or whatever, we didn't see that. Right. You know what I mean? So we didn't see like the default version. We saw this other version. So it's so hard to figure out like what does it really look like normally?
Right.
And then how do you project out from there what that really means?
Right. Yeah.
So I guess the other to say, it's weird. Yeah, and then it's weird to look at it from Ben's perspective, like you know the fact all the stuff is going on, and then he goes back to the ruse and tells the chair enough. You've
Yeah.
had fun, and it's like you know, um,
I
I mean,
believe that Ben is a great improviser. And so like I'm kind of on board with like he's willing to roll with it, but I mean, that's a big commitment. I mean, he doesn't ostensibly he has
well,
no idea what's going on.
but that's again, right? What was our
And it's crazy that there was something in the chair. I mean, it's I guess the idea would be that the Man in Black went there uh to sell the thing to Locke.
Yes, like, oh, they're there thinking they can talk to Jacob. I'll
Yeah.
show up. I'll play that part. But I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what tool did we learn we should use, right? Is that when there's a strong contradictory piece of evidence, you should use that to figure out the truth,
Right. Right.
right? So I think that applies there.
Yeah.
The fact that he sells it, the fact that he improvs and turns to the chair, which completely contradicts everything else we were saying, I think is the point,
Yeah.
right? That's A, how they tell a great story and make it really interesting, and
Right.
B, how they tell you that it's all about interpretation and misplaced meaning and all the other themes
Right.
that the show is really about. That like they're giving both sides of that on purpose.
Right.
And I think that is the extra level they go to, because I think you could have everything in that scene happen the way it is, and there's all these layers going on. There's Ben pretending, and there's Locke thinking one thing and then thinking another thing, and there's and then the Man in Black shows up. But then they go that fourth level of Ben going, "You've had your fun," and it's like, whoa, okay, so it's none of the things I thought it was before, or
Yeah.
all of them, and yeah, it's super confusing, and I think that's the pillar that directly contradicts what's true, which is that he didn't think anybody was there. There
Right.
wasn't anybody ever there before.
Even though I think we both agree that in the end he believes Jacob actually wasn't there.
Yes.
Which
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yep.
It's
And
like
I think he said something like, "Listen, if Jacob showed up because I brought Locke, Locke is really a threat. Wow, Locke
oh
is
totally.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean he thinks Jacob has like a special um relationship or mission or connection or something with Locke. And I think he continues to think that, all the way until when he kills Jacob, not knowing that it's not Locke that led
yeah,
him there.
yeah.
Because he's angry that Locke got marched up. He
What about
specifically
me?
says that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like what that's the preface to that I forget about sometimes is what was so special about him?
Mm-hmm.
Why did he get led to you? Why does he get to talk to you?
Yeah.
What was wrong with me?
And it's funny and we've talked about this before, but that ties into his daddy issues, right?
Totally,
So
100%.
he's got mommy issues, which plays itself out with the others and the fertility stuff, and then he's
Yep,
got daddy issues, which plays out with
Jacob.
Locke and Jacob, yeah,
And even Alex in a way.
and even Alex, yeah,
Sort of the reverse version. Kind of like what happens with Jack in the Flash Sideways.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. It's so funny.
It's yeah. Um yeah, so okay, so another thing that, bothers me, and this is so lost, and this just fits right in. So why does it bother me? I mean, I guess what can I say? That's what Lost does. It does its job, and it bothers me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's like a wool sweater.
Here's the thing, Jake. Like, yeah. Wow.
This is really itchy, but it's warm, like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It just bothers
How
me.
can you complain? And yet you do.
Yeah, you do.
So here's the thing. Jacob was in the cabin at some point,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. So that really gets me. It's like they didn't have to tell us that, right? That's what I was alluding to earlier. They have a kind of straightforward way out of this story where they tell us that Jacob was never in the cabin. This was a weird place, a creepy place that Ben took Locke, and the Man in Black took him there I don't know about the Ash Circle. I think that's maybe a little problematic, but setting that aside, the Man in Black took that place and realized that he could use it to manipulate both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he does, and it works really well. And that's it. That's the cabin. It's this place that was used by Man in Black for manipulate. It was used by Ben first, and then the Man in Black out manipulated Ben, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great story, but they didn't end on that. They end with Ilana, who's sent there by Jacob, going to the cabin, looking for him, and finding a message, a pinned up thing, saying he's at the statue, and saying he isn't here, he hasn't been in a long time, someone else has been using it. And ending on that note, it's like, what? Don't tell me Jacob is connected to the cabin after all this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a strange note to end on. Like they had a way out, and they didn't take it.
Yeah, but I think you can still navigate to where their choice makes sense, which is where I think like there's sort of a production reason why I think, okay, well, it's almost like even if he had been at the cabin at some point in the past, that actually doesn't matter because we never saw it, right? Yeah. The only reason to say that is cover for the idea that somebody would go there to find him,
right?
Or that he was attached to it to some way with their mythology, right? Yeah. Like that's Jacob's cabin. Everybody.
I think that and the Ash Circle. Those are the things that sort of make it seem like there should be some connection there.
Yeah. I think the weird thing is, So I think like when she says someone else has been using it, that's someone else was using it the entire time we saw the cabin.
Right.
Like,
right.
Yeah.
And
again,
I think that's why she says like hasn't been in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's again like when we first see the cabin, it's already in a changed state.
Right.
Like we didn't see it in a normal state.
The ash line's already been broken. Jacob has already stopped using it.
Yeah.
But it does seem that because we don't see it before. I mean, I guess it could be there, but that would be weird. That he does go back there to pin that note, to go find him at the statue.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also weird for separate reasons that don't have to do with the
cabin. I wonder when that note got pinned up there.
Yeah, well, it's
like was it always there and we never saw it?
That is a possibility.
Like, because if in the past before he's at the foot of the statue, which he was there before, but
that's what I was gonna say. Seemingly he was there the whole time, so it's weird that there was ever a cabin era. But
yeah, and the fact that he's hands off from the others, like he wouldn't. Why would he go to the cabin?
Yeah.
That it's closer to them than I think the foot of the statue is.
Right.
But okay, he's living he's at the cabin, or he's part-timing there, or works there in the daytime and goes home to the foot of the statue. The commute's a bitch, right?
Right.
Maybe that's and it's at that moment that he says, "Well, I'm checking out of here, so I'm gonna just leave this note here for all perpetuity."
Mm-hmm.
In case anyone's ever looking for me, that I'm headed, that I'll be at the statue,
right.
And it's just there for decades or centuries.
Yeah.
Or is it?
And is that how Man in Black knew he was there? I mean, whatever. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Or is it just very, 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 very recently?
Right.
He's like, they're gonna come look for me. I just feel like
that was my presumption, that it was put up there after he gave Ilana her mission and returned to the island. He had told her to rendezvous at the cabin, and he was like, well, I'm not going to be there, so I'll post this note for her so she'll know where to go. That's what it feels like.
Well, why didn't he just meet her at the cabin if he had told her to go to the cabin?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
And why even tell her to go to the cabin? See, I feel like they needed to burn down the cabin because they were ending it for the show. Right. But B, I think they were trying to explain who was in the cabin this entire time.
Yeah.
And they were trying to say it wasn't Jacob.
But it's just weird that in explaining the cabin, they had to tie it to Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, I mean, I guess I don't know how to do it otherwise, but
Yeah.
it creates extra complications that I feel like.
Because you can't go to the cabin looking for Jacob unless you think that's a place he would be.
Right. Right. And it's someone who we know is sent by Jacob, is connected with Jacob. It's not like the Man in Black told her to go there and find Jacob.
Yeah.
You know? Like, see, she has authorization, so it does seem like there's some. And so, like, I remember imagining at a certain point, like, Richard maybe meeting with Jacob at the cabin at a certain point, and Ben spying on them from afar or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he got the idea that he should go there for Jacob. You know, but then again, when Man in Black Locke shows up and asks Richard to take him to Jacob, he takes him straight to the statue. Now, maybe Jacob had told him that he was moving from the cabin to the statue, and so Richard was just up on the info, and Ilana was not. I don't know anything about what went on, but it's just really hard to follow exactly how all those things took place. But I feel like the most frustrating thing to me is sort of Ben's the way Ben knows stuff and sort of acts and does things on the basis of what he knows, you know, versus like the things he doesn't know. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'll just throw in addition to let's go to the cabin to find Jacob, you know, coincidence, Jacob was there at a certain point. Other coincidence, Man in Black's there now. Mm-hmm. I have a summoning chamber for the smoke monster. I go to the smoke monster for judgment. Like, all those things, it's sort of like, it's really unclear to me how he gets these ideas in his head and why he thinks they mean something.
Yeah, why wouldn't you go to Jacob for judgment?
Totally. Yeah.
I mean, they both start with J.
Yeah.
First thought.
Yeah, and it's like I just don't know how to take that, and so it sort of reminds me of the cabin. It's sort of like, where did he get the idea about the cabin? Mm-hmm. You know, it could be just like what you're saying. It's just he knew about this cabin. Maybe he even knew about it from Horace. You know, and
I feel like everybody in Dharma knew about Horace's cabin. I just felt like it was a thing where where's Horace? He's not in the office.
Horace went to build the cabin. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he probably, you know, or was it?
That's another level to the cabin that's really strange.
What?
That Horace built it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and it's weird that in this episode we're introduced to Horace, but we don't find out that he built the cabin.
Yeah, we're introduced to the cabin and to Horace, and we don't know that they're connected.
Direct connection between the two.
Wow, can you imagine watching that and like Ben's being birds on the forest and like Horace drives up in the car at the beginning of the episode and it's like, I bet that guy built the cabin.
I know.
What cabin? We haven't seen it yet. Oh yeah, okay, well.
It's totally crazy, and I feel like it just adds an extra layer to what we've already been talking about is the strangeness, and that's why it's been such a preoccupation, because it has all these layers. But the fact that you know, Horace just built a cabin. He was just trying to build a cabin, like, calm down, everybody.
Yeah.
And then, like, Jacob was there, there's an ash circle around it, and then the Man in Black shows up and starts haunting it, and then it's moving, and it's
well,
just,
you know,
like,
this is a good point, though, because we can actually narrow down, like, when Jacob could have used it, right? So
totally.
he couldn't have used it before it was built.
It's a very narrow time frame, actually.
And so
I think there's like 10 years or so where he could have been using it.
Yeah, because he shouldn't be using it if Horace is around to use it.
It's still there. Yeah, exactly. It should be after the Purge.
It should be after the Purge.
Which is either 86 or 92, depending on, like, what continuity you want to work.
Yeah.
And so, like, if it's 92, then, you know, I mean, by the time we see it, it's 2004. So he could have, you know, at least 12, at most, you know, maybe 18 or so years to the cabin. That's it.
Yeah, and that actually.
And yet it's called Jacob's Cabin. It's I guess it's like the hatch. It's just like people called it that, Ben called it that, and Locke thought that's what it was, and people thought that's what it was, so that's its name. But
Hmm.
Jacob's connection to it is sort of weird and loose.
Yeah, I mean, so after 2,000 years of living at the foot of the statue,
yeah,
Jacob says, you know what? Some prime real estate just opened up.
yeah,
There was a purge. I
yeah.
smelled some weird gas. I guess all the others are
Mm-hmm.
dead.
Mm-hmm.
That cabin in the woods, way far out, looked pretty comfy. I'll go be there for a while, or
It almost seems like he pulled a Horace, where he's just like, I want a place to get away from it all.
he wants to go camping.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, this statue is like not primitive enough for me. I need a rustic cabin.
Or was it too primitive and you needed to step up?
Oh, the sort of modern primitive
Yeah,
cabin
like, this
instead
is
of the
one
ancient
step
primitive
better.
statue.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be that. Could be that. Well,
Even though
upgrade.
he can go off of the island and go to the Waldorf Astoria,
Right.
if he wanted to, because he
Right.
can apparently leave the island whenever. So he knows what luxury is. Like he's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. So I think it makes sense that Jacob was never in there.
Mhm.
Alana was wrong to think he was ever there. Um, Now, maybe presumably Jacob knew she'd be wrong about that, so he left her a note.
Mhm. That's really weird, but okay.
Because what does he tell her to do? He says, how does she know to go to the statue? Sorry,
The
to go to the cabin.
Oh, to go to the cat. Well, the thing is, we don't know. I mean, it's not shown on screen.
But okay, so does he say, come find me when you get to the island?
We don't see him say that. The thing is,
Okay.
we don't see him. We don't see a lot of the stuff he says.
Because he just says, I need your help, right?
Yeah.
When she's
He
in
says,
the-
"I need your help," and then the only follow up we get to that is like way later, the Richard stuff,
Yeah.
which isn't helpful for this at all.
And wait, by the way, what did he need her help with?
He wanted first. First, he has her capture Saeed and get him on a plane.
Okay.
Presumably that's what he told her to do. And then once she's on the island, she's supposed to protect she's supposed to protect him, but she's also supposed to protect the candidates.
Okay.
That's kind of her function.
All right.
So I think essentially that's, but most of his instructions to her are off screen, so we don't see him say, "Hey, come meet me at the cabin." It's just my conclusion based on the fact that that's where she goes, seeming to expect to find him, and indeed she finds a note there, and concludes he hasn't been here in a long time. Was he only there to pin the note, or was he there, other times? Why did you think he would be there? All of these things are, living in the world of ambiguity.
What if she didn't know the note was going to be there?
No.
What if that wasn't a note from Jacob? What if that was Man in Black saying, "Aha, this is where Jacob is," and he put it up there? Because if this is his office essentially, and he's just saying, "This is where my nemesis is." He's at the I mean, he should know
It's a
that.
weird thing to do because I mean, yeah, he went there like in the 1800s, in the Richard times. He knew Jacob was there, so it's a weird thing to put up on the wall, something he knows so well. But it's not impossible.
I just feel like that is the biggest outlier to making it all make sense. Is you could basically say Jacob was just never there.
Yeah.
She's wrong to say that hasn't been there in a while. It's more accurate to say he was never there.
Right.
But then why?
But then why did she go?
But then, well, that's again. I think the others could have a mythology where they think that that's where Jacob is, and they're just wrong.
Okay. I guess the weird
He's
part
the
about
biggest-
that, it's the same thing that some of the stuff with Richard. The weird part about that is she really talked to Jacob, but then she throws her own weird interpretation of others' mythology on top of Jacob's literal instructions and gets it wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's weird. It's not impossible, and it's actually quite lost thing to do, but that creates difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, she's strange anyway because she was supposed to be his daughter,
Right.
and supposed to have some connection with so it's a little strange what she even thought about him,
Right.
but I forgot where I left off. Along.
The man in black pinning the notes.
Oh
And
yeah. So
Ilana's
I
reason
just
for
can't
whistling.
I can't figure out why the note is there if Jacob was never there.
Yeah. That's why I conclude Jacob was there at a certain point, and that it's just it's either a really weird coincidence, or there's some strange like series of events that went on off screen that explains why he was there and then he wasn't there, and how the ash line got broken and the Man in Black started using it, and the Ben showed up there at like the way those events played out. That's sort of some of the stuff I wanted to put in my loophole centric episode, because it's really all up to us to connect those dots. But it does feel to me like I feel a strong pull, stronger than say the Flair question or Radzinski or whatever, that Jacob was there at some point. It's possible that he wasn't, but I feel strongly pulled in the direction that he was there. It just makes the story messier.
Yeah.
Which is okay. They're not averse to doing that. Like we said, the story's already pretty messy, even without that addition.
Yeah, it's hard to really. Surprise, surprise, the cabin's hard to figure out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if we had a clear solution. So I don't know if this is the time, but I'm just gonna throw in this other thing here.
All right.
So this is from the commentary for this episode. So if you have the DVD, you can listen to a commentary featuring David Lindelof, Carlton Cuse, and Michael Emerson talking about this episode, which is rare. They often don't do commentaries on episodes like this.
Yeah.
It's usually like finales and stuff, which are fine. But yeah, they do this one. And yeah, there's a couple comments they make here. Now, let me preface this whole thing by saying, I listen to the podcast. We all know David and Carlton. We know how they are.
Yeah.
They're cagey. They're not opposed at all to being misleading, or I mean, they are writing this show. They, in a way, you could view the podcast as like an extended part of the show.
Yeah.
Also messing with us, also inviting us to interpret their statements and, draw our own conclusions, and ultimately, it's up to us how we take these things. And a commentary is not part of the show. So I'm just throwing that all out there, because this isn't definitive, but it's a puzzle for me. So there's this little part. It's like right when they get to the cabin, there's this little thing. They briefly address the ash, and they say it's like some kind of protection or magic or a kind of containment. Okay. They eventually answer the ash, quote unquote, more or less. Not really. But then Carlton makes this statement. Damon says Ben's afraid to touch the ash, which is interesting comment to make. He just states that. Okay. And then Carlton says part of the idea here is that Ben has powers over Jacob, and Jacob has some powers over Ben, and there's a bit of a stasis. So,
I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. I didn't hear anything you just said.
So by your response, I take that to mean that we should just edit this part out of the podcast.
That should not go in the official record. That's the worst thing I ever heard. I think that's the worst thing I ever heard.
So I just had to throw that in because, I mean, for the reasons this is where my reaction comes from too. I mean, it doesn't have, anything they say on commentary is subject to change, but I do feel like that's a window into some of the things they were thinking at the time of this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to fold this into this theory that I had that I think, as I said at the beginning, I think your interpretation is the quote unquote correct one. And, things are written over time, right? An author writes a book and they write something and maybe they think the answer is one thing and it turns out to be something else when they get to the end. That's how it happens, and it just so happens the way television unfolds. We see parts before they've written later parts, and so answers can kind of morph over time. And there's that idea I talked about, which is it's this until someone beats it,
Mm-hmm.
And so there's this fluidity of explanation.
It's funny. That's very similar to the Starship Troopers motto. You're it until you're dead or I find someone better.
Yeah, it's very much like that. I've never seen that.
Oh, it's great.
I've heard a lot about it, but I just never, I don't know, never tried to watch it. Anyway, I think that, and I've brought this up on the podcast before, but this is tying into like some of the other stuff that happens in this episode, namely just the way they present the cabin, the stuff that goes on inside there, the ending, all that business. I think they have a different idea of Jacob at this time in the show, and I think that's actually Jacob in the cabin.
Yeah, I basically agree with that. I think they don't know that Smokey is a person, and that they're brothers, and
No way.
So I think they had a different idea of Jacob. I think maybe they had an idea that Ben somehow like maybe the others power Jacob by their belief in him, and somehow Ben has used that against Jacob, and so he's able to manipulate him or weaken him somehow
and help
keep
me
him
to tie into that too.
Yeah, and he's trapped him in this place. Now, like I almost feel like that I could buy that, but I don't buy it by how the scene plays out, by how it makes too much sense that Ben was making it up, that Ben didn't expect this, So it's like, are they really going to go 3 levels deep and have Ben like come off like he's doing a con, be really telling the truth, but also be doing a con, like it's several layers deep if it really is like if that really was Jacob and Ben knew the whole time what might happen, why did he not sell it that way? Why did it come off like he's making it up as he goes along, he's stalling for time? Why do those two things look identical?
Right.
Why does it make sense that he wouldn't want to, take Ben Locke to see Jacob?
Yeah.
And at that point, it makes sense for Ben to kind of make something up, but yeah, I mean, I think there is, the big answer and the small answer. The big answer of the show overall, and the small answer sort of in the context of this episode, and what they were doing around this time of making the show. I would say yes, that's Jacob as they were thinking about him now. They weren't thinking that someone else was impersonating Jacob.
Yeah. I feel like that idea, I personally, and we'll see if this works as we kind of work through these episodes now that we're really getting in the deep part of this story. I think the point when they decided that someone was impersonating, or at least fraudulently trying to be Jacob is next season 4, when Christian says, "No, I'm not Jacob, but I can speak on his behalf." I think at that point they knew that he's bullshitting.
Yeah.
And I suspect this is really, I'm going in crackpot territory here. This is like what do you call it? This is me pure speculation. I have no evidence for this. I suspect that the change happened during the writer's strike. Or not the change, but the some ideas crystallized.
Yeah.
And they got this idea that that Christian was going to be the smoke monster, was going to pretend to be speaking for Jacob, but he's actually got his own agenda. And I feel like that's where it starts. That's my theory. Because I think earlier in season 4, pre-writer strike, when Hurley sees the cabin and sees Christian in there, he also sees the eye.
Yeah.
In the window, and that's why I mentioned the eye, because this is a brief image that they go to twice. It's in this episode and in that first episode of season 4. It's the eye of Jacob, quote unquote. And I think that's connected to their original idea of Jacob, which I think it's possible they hadn't totally defined. And it's also, I can also see them writing it ambiguously enough that they have wiggle room later on.
Yeah, and the idea that they're saying, okay, that Jacob that we saw in The Man Behind the Curtain character is connected to this Christian in the cabin. So when he says I speak for him, we make that connection.
It feels like it makes sense. Yeah, totally. And yet I think at that point, we don't see the eye again. And they don't go back to that imagery at all. And so I feel like there's a point there. I think it's there. It could be season 5 too. It could be even with the Christian scene, they're still going with it. But I feel like with Christian, there's enough evidence in the show at this point to think that that's the smoke monster. And I don't think the smoke monster is supposed to be Jacob.
Yeah.
I don't see that. If anything, I feel like the smoke monster is a tool of Jacob, or is somehow serving him.
Yeah, and that actually could tie to Ben wanting the smoke monster to judge him. I
was gonna throw it out there. That's one of the things that kind of feels like, and Ben summoning it as well.
Yeah.
Feels like it's pointing in that direction.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, when that's not the answer, it's sort of like, you can come up with other explanations, but that feels easier. So that's just, it's this nagging theory I have about sort of the development of the Jacob storyline. I wish I knew more about what was going on behind the scenes, but this little comment in the commentary feels like a clue to me about some idea they were thinking about that, like, it really did not come to fruition at all.
Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder what they were going to go down the road with there. That's Ben having power over Jacob and Jacob having power over him. Like, that's, I don't even want to think about what that means. Yeah. And
Ben summoning the smoke monster, also feels like a kind of power. So it just, and it sort of makes me feel less stupid for being duped that Ben really knew stuff and had some, big connection with all the craziness on the island, because it feels like they were suggesting that.
Although at the end of the day, he didn't.
At the end of the day, he didn't. Absolutely. And I totally agree with that, which is why I preface this whole thing by saying sort of, that is right. And yet, I feel like there's this other stuff that's like kind of tugging the other way.
Yeah.
And
I think that's the Pocket universe. That's the one that they ended. It has a starting point and an ending point that doesn't connect to the main universe.
Yeah. By season 5, I think it's definitive. I don't know if they know that he's Jacob's brother, because I think that there's room for them to have kind of figured that out later. But I think by season 5, they know that the smoke monster, is Christian. The smoke monster wants to kill Jacob. The smoke monster is the villain, and Jacob is a separate person. And I think all of that they had worked out by season 5.
Yeah.
And I think season 4 is the mystery time. I think that's the era where I don't really know, because I think season 3, like, no, I don't think they have that worked out yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think this commentary points to that. Not that I think they would give us answers on the commentary, but to the extent they actually tell us positive things that, you know, seem to totally not make any sense or be true at all, instead of just being vague, which is their usual mode, saying specific things like that, it makes me think there's definitely some idea there that was changed or abandoned or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to, as we go forward, like, push that idea out there.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of interesting to me, the development of that storyline. And I think it
Is
is.
it?
Yeah.
I haven't noticed.
And it is, I think, in part responsible for how difficult it is to interpret.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Well, the cabin is directly related to the biggest things that they were changing, which is, Jacob and Man in Black.
Totally. So. Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's like the huge story of the show, you know, in the end. So, yeah, it all kind of points back there.
Yeah.
And containment relative to the ash, making it seem like
they had trapped something in there.
Yeah, like the ash is trapping him in, you know. And I remember us thinking that at a certain point.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's the thing. They trapped it there, and then somehow it got out. You know, the ash got broken in and got out. And but it did that's a different version than I think. You know, later. You know, you can't imagine season 6 Man in Black being able to be stopped by an ash ring, right? Like, he's got telekinesis. Is an ash ring gonna stop him?
It seemed like it stopped him in the statue, you know, when Bram pours the ash around himself. You know, it seems like he's repelled by it in a similar way to the sonic fence. He finds a way around it. He finds a loophole, if you will.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I can't enter, but I can make something drop on your head and knock you out of it, you know? And I feel like what he does in the temple is sort of along those lines.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I can't just walk in, but I can send someone in there and, you know, mess up the spell that this ash has that's keeping me out, you know? I mean, it's a mess, but I feel like they did kind of show him affected by the ash.
Yeah, that's true. But it doesn't make any sense that they would have. I mean, it doesn't. Are they just connecting the idea that Ben or somebody trapped Jacob there in season 3 with the idea that, you know, well, it's not Jacob anymore, it's Man in Black, and he's repelled by the ash? Like, you know, it doesn't make any sense that. Who would they have trapped in there when we first see the ash? You know what I mean? Like,
I'm assuming Jacob's trapped in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense that they would. You know, what I'm saying is, like, they show us the examples that it affects Man in Black, right?
Right.
But we're talking about how does it affect Jacob, you know, who would have been in there for it to affect, and it's not the person that they show it affected. Right.
Oh yeah, totally. But I guess I feel like what happened is that once the storyline became true, that, you know, because actually the ash isn't specifically addressed until season 6. They do show that it's broken in season 4, so that's interesting. But they don't specifically say that it's the smoke monster until season 6. I kind of feel like maybe it was, you know, part of changing Jacob into the Man in Black included the ash trapped in Jacob. No, the ash kept out Man in Black.
Kept him out from what?
From the cabin.
Why? Who's in there if not him?
Because Jacob was in there. I know.
But he can't be both people. They can't come up with an answer where there's both of them. It's either he's Jacob and he's being protected by the ash, or he's Man in Black and he's being kept out by the ash.
Yeah.
He can't be both.
No?
No.
Why not?
It can't be both, because if you change him, then he's the second one.
What? No, wait, I'm confused now.
So version A is Jacob's in the cabin,
Right.
and he's being kept in by the Ash.
Right.
It's a prison.
Yeah.
Version B, so they go on, the show goes on, and they change the version of Jacob. They say, no, that wasn't really Jacob.
Yeah. Right.
What it is Man in Black is being kept out by the Ash.
Yeah.
Version B.
Yeah.
So, but that means he can't, if he's being kept out by the Ash, then he can't be in the cabin.
Right. But here's the thing, and I guess this is where the retcon sort of comes in. I think we're meant to believe that the Ash Circle was already broken by the time Ben and Locke first visited.
Mm-hmm.
So he can go in there because the circle's been broken.
Sure, that's not my point. My problem is
I'm obviously understanding.
if the Ash is to keep Man in Black out.
Yeah.
Out of what and why? Out of the cabin. Why?
Because Jacob's having meetings there.
Why is Jacob in the cabin?
Okay, you got me. I mean, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, if they...
Yeah.
I thought the point was they retconned it and said, okay, it wasn't Jacob in the cabin being kept by the Ash, protected from the smoke monster.
The retcon is messier than that. It was Jacob was there a while ago before this, and he had an Ash Circle to keep out the Man in Black, but then he left, and the circle was broken, and then the Man in Black took over the cabin. I think that's the story. Am I wrong?
So okay, if that's the story, then that means it is Jacob's cabin. That means Jacob was there at some point, but not at the point that Locke and Ben go in.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's the story. I mean, I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, no. I was thinking that you can't have. I was thinking if they switch it from Jacob to Man in Black, then there's no Jacob in the cabin anymore.
Right. Well, that's the thing. That's the weird thing. They switch Jacob to Man in Black when we see it.
Mm-hmm.
But then they say, oh, but there's a cabin backstory that's off screen where Jacob was there. Because they gotta explain the Ash Circle, and I think that's how they decided to do it.
What if Horus put the Ash Circle down? Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh my god.
Well, I was thinking, I got confused. I was thinking about the temple. I was thinking the temple was the barracks, and I was like, oh, well, if they put Ash around the temple, then maybe just put Ash around the barracks so he could be protected when he's out there, but he's not another.
Right. So far as we know. But yeah.
Why would Jacob have meetings there? He's hands off, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah. I mean,
he's not hands off yet.
That's why I imagined him meeting with Richard, because I think Richard's the only one he should be meeting with.
But why meet in the cabin?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But what else did he do there?
I guess they can't meet at the statue because they haven't written that yet.
Yeah. I mean,
see, that's the problem. It's like, yeah, you can make sense out of everything as a whole, which is rarely.
Yeah. Your first explanation is the right one.
But then on a micro level, it's like, from the perspective of this point in the show, they don't have a statue yet, so the only place for Jacob to be is at the cabin.
Right.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Right, and I mean, but even after they've introduced the statue as a place where Jacob is,
they can't say he was never there because they said before he was there.
Yeah, they feel committed to it, even though I feel like the easier way out for them. I mean, the Ash Circle, I feel like, is the only problem. Based on what they want to do with the Ash, like,
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's weird that there's an Ash Circle there if Jacob never had anything to do with that place.
Yeah.
Like, then who is putting down an Ash Circle?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. Like the others didn't hang out there, presumably.
And why did they even need the ash, right? Because, well, and this is a later show thing, but Man in Black can't kill Jacob, so he has
Yeah,
nothing to fear from him. They hang out all the time.
yeah.
Like, so why?
Just to keep him from corrupting it or going in there and messing around, or I have no idea.
Why? There's plenty of other places on the island to mess around.
Yeah, I know. I know. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. I feel like the story of Ben trapping Jacob in there makes more sense.
I got you now, Jacob. Yeah. Yeah. What if Ben's like, listen, I've never talked to Jacob. He's never talking to me.
Ben spread the ash?
Ben spread the ash.
It's not impossible.
And he's like, yeah, this is where I go talk to Jacob. And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think part of the problem is, why does the ash even work?
Well,
and how would anybody even know that?
I totally agree. I don't know where that came from. Obviously, there's nothing to explain it at all. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Although I will throw out that in this episode, they're introduced to the idea of a volcano being on the island.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember at the time thinking, like, and it just the idea being out there that there was some connection with the ash with the volcano.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it was volcanic ash or something.
Yeah. Where else do you get ash?
And good point. And I guess I'm just going to throw out like a total crackpot theory that, I mean, if it is volcanic ash from the island,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that's why the Man in Black is repelled by it. I mean, he is, you know, I don't know if this really makes sense, but he is a product of the island, you know, in a certain way. And so, like, if anything is going to repel him, it seems like it makes sense that it would be something from the island, you know?
But isn't all the island something from the island?
Yeah,
yeah. Why can he walk through the woods?
Okay, like I said, it doesn't really make sense, but
I'll help you out here, and with an extra crackpot.
Okay,
here.
Go for it.
What you know what's under a volcano, right?
Like the magma? Is that
magma, lava, whatever.
Yeah.
So what's under the island? The electromagnetism.
Right.
But maybe the ash has electromagnetism in it.
Ah.
And it's like electromagnetized ash.
I love how much work we have to do to make this work. Like,
so that's why it's like the sonic fence. It's emitting electromagnetism.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Sure. I like that. I was trying to go for something like that. I just didn't have the ingredients.
Team effort.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like, you know how Superman, his weakness is.
Sorry, I gotta write this as a question for Carlton and Damon. Is the ash electromagnetic? Have they been asked that before?
I've never heard that question before. Actually, I've never heard anyone confront them about the ash or the cabin, which is baffling to me. I don't know if anyone really appreciates the strangeness of the cabin outside of the Lost Lowdown. But I was just gonna say, it just seems to me like how Superman's weakness is kryptonite.
Yeah.
You know, which is from his home planet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just that's the idea I was going for. That like he's from the island, so like a product of the island should be his weakness.
Well, but it's only Superman's weakness because he didn't get if he was raised there, it wouldn't be his weakness. Right? Because obviously there's Kryptonians.
Right.
They didn't die from being on Krypton.
I thought they all wore like protective suits or something.
No, their planet isn't hostile to them.
No, I thought it was. What did I think? I had no idea. I just knew it was something. Is it just like those are just like rocks from his planet that?
Yeah. Those are just pieces of the planet because the planet exploded.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just pieces of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think the point is, Superman adapted to Earth's, sun, and so it's basically like, he didn't get the, it'd be like if a baby was born and went to a different country, and didn't get the same sort of
immunities and stuff.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know because I know very little about Superman, which you can find out if you listen to the Catch 22 podcast. I know even less about the Flash.
Superman, yeah, and there's different Kryptonian rocks that give him different, that affect him differently and all that stuff
Yeah,
too.
that's definitely beyond me.
I don't know what they all do. I just remember that part.
It's just one level more. Obviously, there are people out there who probably know all of that stuff.
And what's always been strange to me about the Superman mythology, to take a detour in the conversation, is the like, I think at least from the movies, from the original movie with Marlon Brando, I think it's clear, and maybe even from the Man of Steel recent movie, I think it's clear that when Jor-El sends Kal-El, aka Clark, to Earth, he knows he's going to get superpowered. He knows that the yellow sun actually gives Kryptonians these, because they don't have those powers on Krypton.
Right.
They're not super beings.
I did know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I always wondered why they didn't just go live in a place with a yellow sun and become all these powers, or like go take over. Like, it just seemed like they had the technology capability. Like, if we knew we could go be super beings on some other Earth-like planet, like, we would do that.
Right. Yeah, you're right. There's a logic there. I'm sure that bothers someone.
Yes.
Like,
but anyway, yes, is the ash electromagnetic? I think that's as good a theory as any.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's funny. Yikes. Yeah, and oh my God, I think I just figured out how the good and evil machine works.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, maybe it reads your response to electromagnetism. Like, maybe
Oh my God.
you know,
Evil has like a measurable response to electromagnetism. What?
Evil has a measurement now. I feel like this is like some 80s B movie.
Wow. Evil is 0.861.
We found the equation for evil.
Wow.
It's not E equals mc squared. It's E equals VIL.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Energy equals velocity, and what's I?
Inertia? I don't know.
Inertia, and L is times the length.
Sure. Sure, why not?
That makes sense, right? The bigger it is, the more evil it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy it.
Wow, we just figured out the equation for evil.
That's so ridiculous.
But yeah, maybe that's what it's doing on like a basic level, is saying, okay. And so instead of like you having the ash and you putting the ash towards somebody and you seeing how they respond to it, like it's some version of that is in the machine, and that dial is like figuring out, like, you know, whatever properties are related to that.
Right.
So it's just like an electromagnometer. I'm gonna write it down. Is the good evil machine an electromagnometer? They're gonna be like, yes.
That is such a ridiculous question. I agree. Yeah. What else can you say? But it's too good of an answer to say no to.
They're gonna be like, thank you.
Yeah. Wow.
It wasn't until you said that.
It was what we were gonna say until you beat it.
You beat it. So that's the answer. It's funny because I just Googled electromagnometer, and if you go look at the images for electromagnometer, I'm pretty sure a couple of these are similar to what that thing looked like. Now that I'm thinking about it. Am I wrong?
I'm gonna look that up right now. I didn't know electromagnometer was a word.
Yeah, I forgot it was until I said it.
Let's just see here. Oh, you're right. It's actually not. It's not entirely dissimilar.
It's not entirely that far off. The first pictures.
Yeah, I can see it. I can totally see it. That's It even looks old.
Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah, it looks like from the 70s, right?
Yeah, totally.
What's the? I want to find a picture of it to compare. Let me see. Can I find it? I want a picture. How do I find a picture? Oh, maybe it's in this episode.
All right, this is probably like taking it too far. But I'll just like throw in something that popped in my head because then I was thinking about the fact that Saeed, later sort of shakes it off.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Desmond has this like special power to survive these intense exposures to electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm.
And like right before he's thrown into the well by the man in black, Widmore takes him in that room and like exposes him to this crazy level electromagnetism as a test.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes to the afterlife, but let's put that aside. Um, could it be that because he was exposed to all that electromagnetism, like when Saeed goes to kill him, he's emitting something that like uh changes Saeed's like evil level and allows him to like not kill him?
Ask the question again.
Okay. So, Widmore exposes Desmond to this huge level of electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm.
Man in Black throws him down a well and sends Saeed to go kill him. Saeed doesn't kill him. It seems like Desmond just kind of talks him out of it.
Yeah.
But could it be that his electromagnet, like he had some residual electromagnetic
Mm-hmm.
emission or something that interfered with the evil in Saeed?
Wow. Wow.
I'm just gonna throw it out there.
I mean, I'm flabbergasted because the answer is, of course it did. Of course that's the answer.
It seems like it's right there. As soon as you throw out the idea that evil can be measured with an electromagnometer,
Evil has a wavelength.
then it totally makes sense that it's Desmond that breaks the
Yeah.
evil in Saeed. Like there's logic there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there is something to that, unfortunately. I'm trying to find a picture of this electromagnometer.
Oh, from
Doug
the
used.
episode.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know what they called it.
yeah, I don't know that they really even give it a specific name.
I will also say, when Dogan was torturing Saeed, I think before he tests him, he was shocking him with electricity.
Yeah, totally.
And I wonder if that had anything to do with the test.
Uh,
Like maybe the shocking is like putting
mm,
him to neutral.
right,
and then you test to see like which way the dial goes, negative or
right,
positive.
right. I mean, that's basically what he says. It feels like it's not even that crazy of a
I
theory.
know, I feel like this is making too much sense.
Was that what Kate did? When
That
was
was
the?
what Kay did, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Um,
What Kate does.
what Kate does. Thank you. Yeah, that makes more sense. It would be a little too much if it was in season 2. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I need like still images from the entire episode. There used to be a site that had like still images like for almost everything in the episode, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure if that still exists. Um,
I'm so close to finding it.
oh, good.
There it is. Here I'm getting close. Dogan Saeed machine test.
Was that the key?
Well, I see a picture, but I don't I want the exact screen image of the thing, and I can't find that. I see it in the scene, but uh,
But you don't just see the thing.
I just don't. Yeah, I want the close up of the thing, and I don't see that.
Yeah. Do they show a close up? I just don't even
There's got to be a shot where you see it fairly well.
know. Oh yeah, then he burns him. Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird scene.
But yeah, I think there is something to this idea, the electromagnetism,
Yeah,
and the ash and the test, and I mean, yeah, one theory to rule them all. I think electromagnetism makes sense.
that's a big part of what's going on in the cave.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Man in Black comes from.
Yeah.
At least the smoke monster version of him. And so yeah, I think it's really, it sounds crazy, but I think there's evidence there.
Yeah.
Um, it's just I don't know. No one ever says this, so it just sounds like a crackpot theory.
Yeah, I'm reading the transcript of the scene, and like, yeah, Saeed is strapped to a table, yeah, he blows the ash on
He
him.
blows the ash on him. Yeah,
This is actually making way too
remember
much
that?
sense
Yeah,
because like, so if he puts the ash on him, and then if he was like a smoke monster and he charges him up, then the ash should like repel him or something, or like
right,
the ash should blow off of him or something, or
right,
like.
right.
Yeah, he watches for reaction, like the ash doesn't do anything. So yeah, he doesn't respond to the ash, and then what does he do next? He has a crank, he turns the crank, he flips a switch and the red light shines. Saeed is being shocked.
Right, right, right.
Uh, uh, yeah, he burns him. I guess maybe to see if he changes shape.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like if he was Man in Black, maybe he would lose his form or something.
Right, right, right.
Wow.
Oh yeah, here's a. Is this a? Yeah, here's a shot. I found it. Did you find it yet?
Now, how'd you find it?
Uh. Okay. What? How did I find it? So I searched for Dogan Saeed machine test, which was your idea. Um, and then if you go down, uh, let's see. At least for me, I hope it's the same for you. For me, it's the third row, and it's there's an image of Saeed and Lennon over
Okay.
him. If you
Uh-huh.
click on that, then the link where that comes from is like some other lost screens.
I see, yeah.
So you go to that, and then scroll down,
Yeah.
and there's an
Oh.
image. There's an image a
You
little
mean
bit down
you mean that image of the
where you
electromagnometer?
see the electromagnometer.
Wow, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Why did we not ever figure that out?
Because it sounds insane. It's like really hard to believe until it starts to sound really.
Until you ask the question, what is the ash?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Maybe the ash has electromagnetism in it. Maybe that's how the test works.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was a series of leaps that landed to some very plausible conclusions.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's weird.
So, okay, just so we can say we're not crazy though, there's no way to know this watching this scene. There's no way to go, you know what? I bet they're testing for electromagnetic response just to see if he's the Man in Black.
Hell no. No fucking way.
Like, you have to put together like 15 different things.
It's a lot of shit.
Before you
Yeah.
can even get to the point of exactly, like you even have to go towards you have to figure out what the ash is. You got to figure out the whole Desmond thing.
Yeah, that comes
There's
into
a
play.
lot of points.
And I think you also have to know the Man in Black / the Smoke Monster's origin.
You have to know his origin.
We don't know
You have
that
to know his
either.
origin. You have to know he's repelled by it. You have to know they know he's repelled by it.
Yeah.
You gotta, there's like all these things you have to know before you can go, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's an electromagnometer, and all they're doing is testing his electromagnetic response.
No, at the time, I feel like there's no way for us to
There's
have
no
guessed
way.
that. That would have been the crackpot theory of the year. Like that would have been awesome to come up with that out of this. Like, yeah. No way. By the end of the show, it's possible, but even still, we didn't. How long has it been? Like, we haven't had this idea before.
It's
like,
been
at
way too
all.
long. Yeah, no, it's insane.
I was
And I
trying to
didn't
make
hear.
it come from the volcano, which I'll still stand by, but it can be electromagnetized nonetheless.
Say that again.
I was trying to make it come from the volcano,
What? Oh, what do you mean?
the ash.
I think it does probably come from the
But yeah,
volcano.
that's what I'm saying. I'm standing
Yeah,
by that. It's
yeah,
just
yeah, 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 yeah.
electromagnetized,
Yeah, it's just electromagnetized. Yeah.
which is
There's nothing really special about the ash except that it's ash that's been
yeah,
electromagnetized.
yeah, that's it.
And it's great. It's like it seems mystical because it's ash,
Right.
but really there's just a practical reason that you
Yeah.
can use this ash. Because maybe if it was something else electromagnetized, something bigger and thicker, it wouldn't respond the same way.
Right.
Versus these fine particles
Yeah.
that have been imbued with electromagnetism. It's kind of like this is sounding so simple. It's like when we've all seen that thing where they where you have little pieces of like iron, like iron shards or fragments, and then you put a magnet underneath and you can see the magnetic lines that
Right.
it lines up with.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's the kind of thing I would imagine if the ash is electromagnetized, that's the kind of thing I would think you'd be able to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Is the electromagnetic lines emanating
Yeah.
and the ash lining up, and you go, oh, well, this person is evil because
Right.
they have too much electromagnetism or whatever, not enough.
Right. Yeah. Whichever one it is.
Actually, that's even crazier because if Man in Black came out of the light cave, which he did, which is the source of the energy on the island, which is electromagnetism, which it is, then
Right.
why wouldn't he be electromagnetized?
Right. Right. Totally. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah.
Why would he be normal?
He shouldn't be. He's
He
not.
shouldn't be. He's not. Now, that being said, I don't think. God, that actually ties into his whole knowledge of the properties of the island anyway, is if he's got this connection with electromagnetism. That's
Right.
actually making sense. Now you have to ask the question, in the Cross the Sea era stuff, oh, that was before he was electromagnetized.
Yep.
I was like, because there's that moment where he's where the knife flies towards the well because it has electromagnetism. But
Yep.
yeah, I was thinking, why didn't it display there? It hadn't happened yet.
Yeah. Pre-cave. Yeah. That's perfectly logical.
Oh,
He's still a human at that
can I
point.
throw something else out there?
Sure.
When Man in Black in the guise of Locke uses his telekinesis, what did he use it on?
It was a shackle that was. Yeah.
It was metal.
It was definitely metal.
Yikes.
That's hilarious.
That's making way too much sense.
Oh man.
Oh my God! Now I'm really I'm running with this idea. Now I'm like, okay, he didn't have telekinesis. He has power over electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm. He's like Magneto.
He's Magneto. And it makes me think that's why he can read your mind. Because what
Oh my
technology
god.
what technology do we have that can see into your brain? MRIs.
Yeah. It's true.
He's a walking MRI. Is that crazy or does that make sense?
It's crazy, but it makes sense. I mean, it does. There's like a pretty clear logic there.
And is there look MRI MIB is it a coincidence?
Oh, that's so ridiculous.
You switch the I and the R around and you put a little line under the R. You get MIB. Gary Troop, if you know what I mean.
Right, exactly. The clues were there all along.
We're there, guys.
Come on, guys.
Oh man, I feel like we just solved a lot of things at once.
So ridiculous. Yeah, it's weird how things kind of fall into place. 'Cause yeah, as soon as it's weird, like it was It's the ash from the volcano. No, it's electromagnetized. And then that makes me go, well, Desmond's connected to that, so maybe Desmond can tie in. Oh, he actually was the one that kind of turned Saeed. That's weird. Uh, like it just started to.
Yeah, and now the claiming has something to. Now we have a reason why the claiming is passive.
Yeah, yeah, totally, totally. It's this kind of physical force.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't. It wasn't something he was actively like controlling.
Right.
Like it's just emanating from him.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, which totally makes sense.
That's really crazy. That one idea put like 10 things into place that seemed like they didn't connect.
Right. Yeah, 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 totally.
Like all of his powers now come down to one thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which is Occam's razor. It's the simple solution. Like
Mhm.
that's the finesse you want to see.
Yeah, 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 definitely.
You don't want to think, oh, he can read minds and he's got telekinesis
Right.
and he can, turn to smoke monster and he can whatever.
Yeah. I mean, even invading your dreams, I think can fit in there.
Yeah, he's changing your brain
Your
waves.
brain signals. Yeah, that's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and
Even if it's passive.
yeah, and it's something he can do through the air, you know what I mean, at a distance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I do think some of the scans occurred at a distance, so I think it makes sense that, yeah, he can sort of project.
Yeah, even the flashing of the scans kind of makes sense now.
Yeah,
Why it's
yeah,
flash?
definitely. Yeah.
Wow. Should we quit while we're ahead?
That's too many answers at once.
I know that's answer overload. I feel like there's other things we could put into place with this.
I think you're right. I mean, we knew electromagnetism was a big thing before.
We knew it was a big thing.
But yeah, I do feel like that specific connection was elusive for some reason.
It's kind of like if you say every big thing, if you just start with the conceit, every big thing on the island ties to electromagnetism, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you just say that and then you go through the show, the plane crash was from not pressing the button.
Yeah.
The implosion was from, not pressing the button and imploding, but the electromagnetic pocket, whatever, exploding or whatever.
Right.
The incident was about the electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you go through and if you have that conceit, then you could go and plug in things and see if that relates. And it's like, well,
Right.
Magnetic Black, what about his? Well, he got thrown into a light cave of electromagnetism. Okay, another big thing that has to do with electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that sort of, yeah. I feel like that ties into like some of the weird stuff that they talked about briefly about compasses not working properly. Perhaps the barrier.
Yeah.
And like some of the weird stuff that happens related to the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
I think that sort of makes sense. Again, like in a different way, I guess, affecting your brain.
Yeah.
That whole
totally
idea.
affecting your brain. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's and it's weird that was considered like a candidate or a possible explanation for the sickness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of this makes it kind of similar to the sickness. Maybe it's not the same thing, but it's a similar phenomenon.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a sickness from the sort of barrier island electromagnetism as opposed to specifically the smoke monsters.
Or yeah. And I think, there's that overlap between the sickness and the purge. And
right.
The whole quarantine thing and the need for whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there, but
yeah.
Wow, that puts a lot of things into place. And I'm even trying to figure out if his shape-shifting ability has to do with electromagnetic, like.
Yeah, I was trying to tie that in.
Like moving around of molecules somehow is a property of that.
Yeah.
Like being able to rearrange your molecules.
Mm-hmm.
Or create holograms or something, or whatever he's doing.
Right. They don't define it, so it could be a number of things.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Wow, that's crazy, man.
it is. It's a good one.
Wow.
It's a good one. See, this is how it pays off, kids.
See, guys, don't give up, even when everyone tells you should. Because one day you might just have a small breakthrough.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't answer everything on the show, but it definitely there's a lot there.
Because it was always like, why the ash? Why the
Yeah,
ash? Like, why does that make any
totally.
sense? And it's like, well, now we have an answer why that would make sense.
Yeah, 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 definitely. And
And
it
then
helps
plus
with some
everything
other
else.
stuff.
Yeah, then it just goes on from there of just like,
Yeah.
wow. And again, it makes the ash like the sonic fence. Like,
Yeah.
and I mean, sound is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, so it's like not
Mhm.
just sonic fence, it's emitting electromagnetism,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So and it's like that's the connection you want to see when you try to find an answer, right? You don't want to go, well, these two separate things have the same function. That's
Right.
weird.
Right. Yeah. There should be a connection between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Brought in the claiming, the good and evil test, like demystified.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, wow, the good and evil test demystified is huge. It didn't make any sense to me how you could test for good and evil.
Me either. It was like it just came out of nowhere. Like
Yeah.
we're doing what now?
Uh-huh. As if this is just a thing to do.
Yeah, like it was just insane. And then they just move on.
Yeah.
It's like, what guys? Don't throw that in. But if it's just an electromagnometer, I
Yeah.
mean, why not? That's totally doable.
Yeah, it's not, and if you know that the enemy you're looking for responds to electromagnetism unusually, whatever that might mean
Hmm.
specifically, then yeah, you can come up with a test.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
You know,
Totally.
he can do the same thing on Dogen and say, okay, well, I did this to Dogen, who I know is normal,
Hmm.
and this is what the results look like. Okay, now I'll hook it up to anybody else, and then if their results are wildly crazy, because he could have hooked it up to Desmond and it goes off the charts.
Right.
Doesn't mean Desmond's evil, but it'll have some result.
Right. Right.
And which that makes me want to branch off into a crackpot theory that Desmond got claimed by being shocked, and that's why he was so
Weird.
gung ho weird about
Yeah.
what he was doing.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Um, but yeah, that's wow. See, this is why we podcast, because there's still things to figure out.
Yeah. 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 Um,
Was the ash on Vince's list? Had to have been.
oh, I hope so. If not, he should add it.
No, there's no way he missed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the
It's a
ash.
big thing.
Yeah, he's heard of it.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Anyone who's ever listened to this podcast has heard about the ash.
Yeah.
Um, I feel like we still couldn't quite nail down the cabin, but
Well, I think the cabin has two answers, and I think we nailed it down. I think we nailed down the
to
two.
the extent that it can be.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the electromagnetic ash thing feels like more. Okay, no. Here's the problem. I got it. I got it.
Nope, no more problems. Podcast is over. Thanks for coming to stay. We have to go now.
The problem just hit me.
Okay, I'm gonna solve this problem.
The problem is the ultimate ash scene. The scene that bothered me. The reason why the ash has bothered me all this time, which isn't why does it work? For whatever reason, I didn't mind that. It works, okay. But it's that final scene where Saeed kills Dogen, and then Lennon says he's the only thing keeping him out. Like, why would killing Dogen affect the electromagnetic properties of the ash?
I'm sorry, what? You broke up there. What? Time to end the podcast? Okay. All right. Well, listen.
Of course it's that scene, right? Like,
Of course it's that scene.
that fucking guy running in. Oh, let me just tell you a thing that makes no sense and die.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's a great answer. And then they
Also,
throw that
wait.
shit out.
Wait. I know we just patted ourselves on the back about figuring a lot of this stuff out. But wasn't the test for Saeed negative, but then Saeed was still claimed?
No, it was positive. He told him he came out as evil.
Oh,
That's why he tries to kill him.
Okay. Then it works. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that part's okay.
Okay. So what's the question?
The question is, there's an ash circle around the temple.
Yeah.
And they even show Man in Black standing just outside at the beginning when he's, talking to Claire. Suggesting that the ash is keeping him out, and that's kind of the established power of the ash. But at the end, when Saeed kills Dogen, Lennon runs in and says, he was the only thing keeping him out. You just let him in by killing Dogen. So the question is, why would killing Dogen cause the electromagnetic properties that repel the Man in Black, from the ash to no longer function? Why would the ash stop functioning just because Dogen died? Like, I don't get that. If you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the worst.
I'm sorry, but they had to throw that in.
Part of me wants to say he didn't really mean the ash. He meant the temple. Like somehow it's like a vampire thing. Like you can't come in unless you're invited.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question? Is that it? The end?
It's just the thing I don't get is why the ash didn't work.
Well, maybe. I mean,
it doesn't have to be what he said, but what is it?
Well, okay, let's reverse engineer. Let's go back the other way, right?
Okay.
If the ash is around and like if we're the writers and we're trying to solve the problem of how does Man in Black get inside if there's an ash around, we've established there's an ash around.
Yeah.
Because all this time they would have wanted ash around to protect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
How does he get inside? So I think we talked about why didn't he just have Claire like mess up the ash line for him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think for that answer, they would have had to address it, I think, explicitly. If he's like, hey, Claire, can you, take your foot and kind of like move aside, like break that ash line? Like, I think they'd have to address why. Like, in that scene, they'd have to, she'd have to hear it or he'd have to say, it keeps me out or whatever, which I think is not a lost thing to do.
True.
I think to have the effect be off screen, I think is what they usually like to do.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what they did. So, okay, then you go, okay, well then, if the ash isn't going to work anymore, but we're not going to break the line, then something else has to make the ash not work. What is that? Why it's Dogen? Where's Richard in all this?
He was over. Oh. Yeah, where was he? Oh, I think. Hold on. Can I get my timeline right? I think he was just like running around in the jungle.
Okay.
At that stage.
There was a point where he was gone crazy, right? And he was
like when let me see. Let me see if I have this right. Locke, he takes. Who does he take? Oh, I'm confused now. Does he take Richard? He knocks Richard out, doesn't he? And like takes.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah.
And then, oh right, I guess he asked him to join him, and he refuses. And then he just wanders around, and there's that scene where he comes up to Sawyer,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, "Hey, get away! Like, don't mess with him. We're all in trouble. He's gonna kill you all. Like he's just kind of flailing around."
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the next time we see him, he is he comes up to with Jack in the Black Rock.
Oh, that's right.
Like
Yeah.
he wanders out. They have that weird dynamite test thing. But there's that line that like really still seems weird to me, where they're like, "Where were you?" And he's like, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." And I think he just means the temple, like it had already been destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So my impression is that he was flailing about in the jungle. He eventually goes to the temple. It's already been destroyed, and then, uh, goes to the Black Rock and has that whole business. And then his presence is more or less accounted for the rest of the season. So where is he exactly?
So my point
I
is,
would say
he
he's out in
was
the jungle.
okay. So he wasn't at the temple. So he
No.
couldn't have been the person. They didn't want to kill him, obviously, and he
Yeah.
can't be the person that's powering it.
Right.
I mean, the first question is, why is anybody powering it? Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Yeah, I want to say, again, it's that contradictory piece that should be factored in.
Right.
And maybe that's it. Maybe that's to throw us off from the obvious answer.
It's
Which is like the worst answer you can give for something like this. Oh, that's only there to throw us off from the real answer. Like,
Right.
that's so unsatisfying. As like,
Exactly.
you could say that about anything. Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's it.
Well,
I have to think that either it's there to throw us off, or we're wrong about our interpretation about it.
Right.
I think it makes way more sense that if we get 90% there with an answer, I don't think the last 10% should mean it's all the rest is wrong.
Right.
I think sometimes that could be true, but I don't think that's always true.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say there's an answer that I don't have that explains why they said that,
Mhm.
but that does not negate the fact that the electromagnetism is in the ash and it keeps him out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know
I'm
what the
willing to buy that. Like, the thing is that even if electromagnetism is sort of ultimately the power behind everything, I mean, there is still some pseudoscience-y mystical craziness going on here, right?
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's not as though they're really trying to say like all of this is like super like hard science, you know? So, I mean, I think it's possible for the ash to be electromagnetic, and yet they can still claim there's some mystical quality about it.
Mhm.
That Dogen he's the temple master, and he has to be alive for the properties to function. Some weird extra thing they want to throw on
But
top of
you'd
it.
think they would have had the ash before Dogen was ever around.
Yeah. Although they only put down the circle in season 6 when they found out Jacob was dead.
Oh,
So
that's true.
it wasn't necessarily there before. So yeah, I'll throw that.
Oh, maybe. I almost want to say, well, with Jacob dead, Dogen is the new island guy, so that's why it was powered.
Could be. Could be.
But how would they know that?
Well, right.
I also wanted to try to say again about the Saeed being claimed, or when he's brought back to life and he's in the pool, and it's tainted now.
Right.
What? Oh, it was because Jacob died.
Yeah. Presumably. I mean,
You're right. Yeah.
we don't really know, but I feel like that's the other thing that happened at the same time. So, I mean, what else would it be?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting parallel though between Man in Black getting thrown to the light cave and coming out the smoke monster, sort of the most pure evil part. But then, what Richard said about hailing Ben in the water, is going to change him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so Ben not being completely dead, but resurrected with the water, getting a little bit evil,
Right.
you know. And then I feel like Saeed to be a third version of that.
Yeah.
But the difference is like now Jacob is dead. So he's getting in the water after Jacob is dead. So maybe that's why he got fully claimed. And Ben just got a little evil.
Mm-hmm. Just a touch, just like, yeah.
Just a scotch. Scotch evil. A little sprinkle on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. That almost makes sense to me. And then if it's in the water, electromagnetic energy's in the water, right?
Yeah, that's tied into the water, definitely.
Yeah, so that's why he got claimed, because he inhaled the water. He drank the water. He literally drank the Kool-Aid.
True. True. It's just weird that I mean, my impression is that the water. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, sorry. No, you're right. It makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we solved a lot of things, and we should stop while we're ahead, because there's always one extra thing that ruins it.
I totally agree. I just had to throw that out there because that's the sort of it's that scene that made the Ash frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, like you take that out, and like I was fine with it.
I almost think that's just what they do. It's like the last time they're going to talk about something.
Yeah.
They completely throw something that throws everything else off.
The cabin's the same way.
Yeah.
It's like let's address that thing one last time for all you who are following this mystery with great interest. Let's ruin it for you.
Yeah. The numbers, they're the same way.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's just the thing they like to do.
The last thing we're going to do is tell you the opposite of what you thought was.
Yeah. That thing that we seem to have been suggesting this whole time, we're just going to throw a complete, wrench into that whole idea.
Yep.
And then you can just live with that, because we're not going to talk about it again.
Yep. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Good night. But yeah, I totally agree. We have some good answers.
Happy 150. I don't think we mentioned that you did the intro because it was the 50th.
Because every 50 I do.
Every 50 Justin's doing it.
Yeah, so I should. I'll be there for 200. I think maybe it won't quite be the last, but it'll be close. So that'll be a good. I shouldn't do the last one anyway. That's not the tradition. I don't know. It's just kind of a special thing I like to do from time to time.
Pull your weight. 50. Every 50, pull your weight, man. Do the intro.
Yeah. It was a cool episode. Obviously, we had a lot to say about this one. I think that's probably not a surprise to anyone who has been listening to this podcast.
It's been a long one, but hopefully...
Hell yeah.
Good stuff. Hey, if you like this podcast, tell us in our comment section.
Please do. I love reading comments about the podcast.
Thanks to Vince for keeping up the work at TLLD.net. It's very fun to see his reactions, read his reactions to the commentary series. So
I love those. That's great.
So join the conversation.
Yeah, jump in. There's thread there, or leave a comment. Either way, whichever one you like. I guess that's. So is that gonna do it for today? Anything else? That's it. Okay. Well, guys, we'll see you next time with the next episode. In the meantime, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.